schedule 7 days a week. Just walk, wiggle, or wander in to CVS Minute Clinic. Restrictions apply. See MinuteClinic.com for details.
Testing, testing.
Testing, testing.
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 Dr. Fogarty. This is Dr. Jennifer Fogarty. She's the chief scientist here. Oh, I'm sorry. Good morning. Are you going to be around right after they can ask some questions about Friday? Oh, chief scientist here at Johnson Space Center. Yeah, she's the big cheese. Jennifer knows everything about everything. Whatever you say gets signed. Correct. And I'll do introductions of everyone else. A little bit at a time. So I was right.
Just a touch point.
Have you been to Gallaudet University?
Gene Berge works in the history office there. They give a wonderful talk.
The next time I have an opportunity to go to Washington,
Gene?
I'll definitely mention it.
Gene.
So when you introduce John, could you just stand right where you are?
David wanted to introduce.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the third day of the NASA Human Research Program Investigator Workshop. We're going to take an opportunity to hear a story about some very brave people who contributed to some seminal work in understanding how we were going to go into space and accomplish space flight successfully. So as the host of the program today, we have Dr. John Allen from NASA headquarters. John is actually an audiologist by training and has really dedicated his life to working with those who have impaired hearing, particularly in the military. I don't know, do you still volunteer and work at Walter Reed? An amazing individual, a very generous person, of course. I have totally enjoyed working with John over the years. And a couple years ago, he really made me aware of the people on stage behind me who were involved in that seminal work. And I want to hand the mic and the opportunity for John to introduce them to you so you can really appreciate how we got where we are today. So thank you for being here. John?
Thank you. Thank you, Jennifer, and good morning. Welcome to our living room. We apologize for the somewhat for the unique lighting here, but it's necessary for the presentation that we have. Scott Carpenter, Gordon Cooper, John Glenn, Gus Grissom, Wally Schirra, Alan Shepard, Deke Slayton, the Mercury Seven. These are the men who were the subject of the Tom Wolfe novel and later the movie, The Right Stuff. When John Glenn rode Friendship 7 into space to circle the Earth, we knew very little about how the human body would respond. We weren't sure if humans could metabolize food. We weren't sure if their eyes would function. We're still not quite sure how their eyes function. We're not sure if their vestibular systems would work properly, or if due to microgravity, if they would act inappropriately and making the astronauts sick or dizzy. So as Jennifer said, I'm John Allen. I'm Program Executive for Crew Health and Safety up at headquarters in NASA. Over the past 2 years, I've had the pleasure of meeting and working with and learning more about a rather interesting portion of our history that has to deal with spaceflight. And even more important, I've gotten to have the pleasure of meeting and getting to know better the folks who are here on stage with me, who I'll introduce a little bit at a time this morning. Around the same time that Mercury 7 was selected and they were being trained, another group of individuals were recruited to participate in a research program conducted largely at the Naval School of Aviation Medicine in Pensacola, Florida. Dr. Navy Captain Ashton Graybill, the primary investigator for this work, was looking for a unique group of individuals who could help the Navy and NASA sort out the many questions we had regarding the function of the vestibular system. The individuals who volunteered for this work have been recently called the Gallaudet 11. I'll explain more about them and Gallaudet here in a few minutes. But two of those individuals are here with me this morning. To my left are Mr. David Myers and Mr. Harry Larson. Over the next hour, you'll learn more about them in their own words. And you'll see that, like the Mercury 7, they worked and sacrificed a great deal for this research. They also admit they had a little bit of fun. They were there to help make spaceflight safe for our astronauts then and now, and earned our title for them, the Deaf Right Stuff. We have two more guests here with us this morning who many of you, if not most of you, already know. Dr. Mil Reschke, Chief of Neuroscience and Vestibular Research here at Johnson Space Center, and Dr. James Lackner, the Director of the Ashton Graybill Spatial Orientation Laboratory at Brandeis University. I'm going to speak briefly here this morning, giving you a little bit of background about Gallaudet and the research participants. And after this, I'll introduce Harry and David and just chat with them a little bit about their involvement in their research. Following this, Drs. Reschke and Lackner will discuss their ties to this early work and describe what they've done and are doing now to continue our understanding of the balanced system. I hope that we have time at the end for a few questions, but if not, each of them are going to be staying through today and will be here tonight for the banquet. So if you have some questions, please don't be shy and come up and ask. The fact that you may not know sign language, don't let that be an impediment, because we have individuals who will help with that. And nothing. Okay. I need some technical help. Oh, never mind. Okay. So as far as, let me back up now. There we go. I want to give you a little bit of a background about Gallaudet University, a little bit of background about the participants. As I said, we'll be spending some time going through these different topics and giving you an opportunity, if possible, for the questions. Gallaudet University itself is a beautiful campus, founded 156 years ago in Washington, D.C. The university charter was signed by President Abraham Lincoln, and I had the opportunity, the distinct pleasure of taking a few courses there when I was in graduate school, but President Lincoln and I never got to meet. They have academic programs there like any other university. Probably the only thing that really distinguishes them on their signs. And, well, I did somewhat. And most of the undergraduates there are deaf. We talked about the Gallaudet 11, and you can see those 11 individuals listed here on the left-hand side of the screen, showing their class dates, which you can see vary a good deal. But I want to highlight a couple of those individuals. The first is Robert, or Bob, Greenman. Bob was a teacher of mathematics at School for the Deaf for children in Rome, New York, Columbus, Ohio, and St. Augustine, Florida. In Ohio, he served as the editor of the Ohio Chronicle, a newspaper that was circulated in the deaf community. He helped develop the high school math curriculum for deaf students. And his background is useful in compiling was useful to the researchers in Pensacola for compiling test results. And they often looked to Greenman for post-test briefings. He served the National Association for the Deaf for 18 years as secretary-treasurer, and he was also treasurer of the American Instructors of the Deaf from 1968 to 1969. Greenman loved target shooting and had a case full of trophies. He was a prolific writer and an exceptional documenter, so Robert Greenman's films, letters, and photographs provide a great deal of the nature of the experiments that were conducted. He is the one, and through the benevolence of his son Jim, who is here with us today, we were able to capture photographs and videos, many of which you'll see during our presentation, and some of you may have been able to see them yesterday during the poster session. But let me introduce the folks who are here on stage with me, at least a couple of them, and I'll start with Harry Larson. Harry Larson participated in tests conducted by the U.S. Navy and NASA from 1961 to 1968. A native of Superior, Wisconsin, Mr. Larson is a 1961 graduate of Gallaudet. And his 40-year work history included serving as a cartographer for the for the U.S. Coast and Geodetic Survey, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, and the Federal Aviation Administration in aeronautical, nautical, and bathymetry fields. He retired in 2002. And since 2014, Mr. Larson has given multiple public presentations on the role of deaf participants in early space studies, like the one today. Mr. David Myers has a long history of leadership in the deaf community. Now retired, he held positions of Director of the Office of the Deaf and Hard of Hearing Services at the Department of Assistive and Rehabilitative Services in Austin, Texas, and Executive Director of the Texas Commission for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing. Documenting his time as a test subject for early space research, he became a vital contributor to the Deaf Difference in Spatial Survival exhibit on display at Gallaudet University now. But you can see from our slide that men were not the only ones who were selected. There were two women, one named Polly Hicks, and the other only referenced as DH. Jim Greenman sent us a note saying that Bob Greenman, who is here, he offered the statement, that Greenman eventually became the longest serving deaf subject after having been introduced to the research program in 1955 by Polly Hicks, an early deaf pioneer in Dr. Graybill's studies. Unfortunately, we don't know what happened to Polly or to the woman named initials DH. But this is when I need to turn to Harry and David. And I was wondering, Harry, if you could share with us, just in general, how was it that you came to be selected to participate in these activities?
Okay, it was during the spring of 1961 when we were seniors and getting close to graduation. The Navy from Pensacola came to campus and conducted an evaluation, and it was over 200 students for special testing and considering involvement in their plan. And myself and David were selected because of our loss of hearing due to spinal meningitis, which means that we lost the function of the ears and became deaf, and we had abnormal balance, so that was what the Navy was searching for. So that's why I was selected for that endeavor.
David, the slide also shows that there was, as Harry mentioned, there was this really large group from initial applicants, or at least initial people that were considered. But it also shows a variety of graduation dates. Some graduated in early, say like in 36, 41, yourselves much later. You were students at the time, correct? But what were the other individuals doing? Hopefully not the student.
Well, four of us that were faculty members at Gallaudet, and they were older, and they were our teachers. But like us, they also had spinal meningitis, and they met what the Navy was looking for in terms of criteria for selecting. 7 students and 4 faculty members total.
Thank you. So I'm going to move on to the next slide shows a picture of some of those folks who were in that research at the time. You can see in the bottom row, David and Harry. David on the left and then Harry on the right, but then you know that because they look exactly the same today. Bob Greenman was there, pictured in the center. Ray Harper in the back, and then we have Captain Clifford Phoebus, who was at the time the School of Aviation Medicine commanding officer. Navy Ensign DeWare, you're going to see a bit later in one of the film clips that we have, There were a variety of volunteers, well, you know how the military is, voluntold, who participated in these. And I'll let Harry and David explain why those individuals participated and how a little bit later. But let me also introduce then our other two participants here on the stage, Drs. Reschke and Lackner. Dr. Reschke on the far end, he began his career with NASA during the final Apollo flights, continued as principal and co-investigator, mission scientist, project scientist on Apollo, Soyuz, Skylab, over 120 shuttle flights, Shuttle Mir, and the ISS. He initiated one of Harry's and David's favorite, the NASA's Parabolic Flight Program at JSC, managing life sciences on that plane for 18 years. He currently serves as NASA's Chief of Neuroscience with a responsibility for investigating astronaut health related to neural changes as a function of spaceflight. He has a bachelor's degree in experimental psychology and a master's and PhD in sensory physiology. Next to him is Dr. James Lackner. He received both his undergraduate and doctoral training at Massachusetts Institute of Technology. And he's the founder and director of the Ashton Graybill Spatial Orientation Laboratory at Brandeis University. And he's the Rickless Professor of Physiology and a member of the Volin Center for Complex Systems and the Neuroscience Department at Brandeis. He has a long-standing interest in human movement and control and orientation on the way in which our body controls its dynamically adapted to the background acceleration of Earth. His work on artificial gravity and rotating environments demonstrated rapid adaptation to the inertial Coriolis force perturbations of arm movement control, which has been extended to whole body movement control. He's completed multiple studies related to balance and orientation for the National Science Foundation, the National Institutes of Health, the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, and the Air Force Office of Scientific Research, as well as the Office of Naval Research. It's great to have you both here with us this morning. Bringing up this slide, it shows that these individuals, as they volunteered for this program, were referred to as LD, for labyrinthine defectives. Now, Harry has already mentioned a little bit about why they were selected, and you hopefully can read a bit on this. It's one of the original documents that we got from their work. Shows the 11 individuals down the left column, shows their age at the time, and then also shows that except for one individual, Bob Greenman, they all suffered from meningitis, which, as Harry explained, damaged both their hearing and the vestibular systems. But Bob Greenman continued on with, he had had mastoiditis, which again attacked his hearing system and his balance system, but was always unclear as to how much of his balance system had been affected. Again, document provided to us by his son Jim said in 1958, when it was unclear if his mastoiditis fully negated the vestibular function, Greenman offered to undergo surgery to have all otolith organs removed. In a letter home, he wrote, "The results of that operation will be so valuable to research. It would be very wrong of me to shirk what I feel is a real responsibility." After almost 4 years of review and multiple physical tests, including jets of ice water in his ears, the Navy did not approve the surgery on a civilian. Nevertheless, none of the many tests conducted on Greenman evidenced any remnant otolith function, and he remained valuable to the research throughout his tenure. So all of these individuals having these two different kinds of attacks on the vestibular system made the defect valuable to the research community because they could endure tests that many could not. This slide shows the fun that they had because they traveled from place to place to place for different types of tests. Most of the testing being done at Pensacola, Florida. But then there was testing done with riding the elevator up and down at the Empire State Building, centrifuge at Johnsville, Pennsylvania, zero gravity flights, the MIT electric train, which we haven't talked really about at all, work in Canada, work in San Diego, and then a ferry boat ride, I'll put it, that's gently putting it, in Nova Scotia. One of those tests was the human disorientation device. It was constructed in 1958 at this exorbitant cost of $1 million. It was described in Life magazine at looking like an automatic cocktail shaker. But it was just this large cylinder that contained a standard pilot seat and a doorway, some kind of like a trap door. The test subjects were strapped in, and they could be rotated in any different direction. But what you hear is a photograph of John Glenn sitting in that device. And I thought I would ask David, not so much about the device, but about an experience that he had meeting John Glenn.
Well, this was about in 1990 when he happened to be a U.S. Senator in D.C. I met him at the Kennedy Center at an event at the Kennedy Center that I was attending, and he was also attending. After the event was over, I found an interpreter, and I met him, and I started telling him by introducing myself and telling him about my involvement with the research with Dr. Graybeal in Pensacola. And before I could finish explaining what I did, he interrupted me and started telling me about the research that I went through because he went through all of that himself. And he said he got so sick from those experiments, and many, many times he got sick. He heard about our control group not ever getting sick, and he envied us so much. He was such a nice man, so warm and friendly.
Thank you, David. One of the other tests that was that we have photographs of, some really great photographs, and I was wondering if, Harry, can you remember what was done during these tilt tests and how they were conducted?
The what now?
Tilt test?
Well, I don't think that I was involved in that, but I can't remember precisely, but I don't really have much to say about it, honestly.
It just so happened that this is more than 60 years ago, and I think that we've forgotten more than we remember.
Indeed.
Well, that's okay, because actually we did get. We understand that you can see in the photographs with these two gentlemen, they've got their one eye covered, but as they're tilting the chair back and forth, they're taking photographs of what's happening with eye movements at the time. But I certainly appreciate the not remembering. I'm having trouble remembering breakfast, so not a problem. One of their favorite stories to talk about is zero gravity flights. And Don Peterson, one of the participants, had this wonderful quote that it was like being in outer space and a wonderful feeling for us LD subjects anyway. So there's, Harry and David, there's a lot of people in this room, you know from talking yesterday, who have been on parabolic flights. I'm not sure that they would actually describe it as this wonderful feeling all the time. But maybe you can describe what it was like for you, if both of you could.
Well, for me, it really felt like nothing. It just felt like I was floating in the air. And I didn't really feel anything at all from nothing different from normal, but it was a wonderful experience that I found extremely interesting.
And I would say it was a fantastic experience. I think one of the best memories of being involved in this research was, in fact, the zero gravity during the parabolic flight. We probably went through 200 zero gravity flights in total. The parabolas that we would fly through again and again, about 32 seconds each parabola. And during that time, we would just float in the middle of air. It was a wonderful experience. And all through that, we went through a lot of testing while that was happening.
But never got sick.
Never.
No, sir, we did not.
Never. The researchers
Just felt like normal.
The researchers tried to make us sick. That was their goal, but they never succeeded.
And we have plenty more examples of that here in the next slides. And that's exactly what David said in this slide. So they tried so hard to make them sick, but could not. Frustrating for the researchers. So in this slide, again, it reiterates the fact that you were referred to as labyrinthine defectives. I was curious when I first saw that about, how did you feel about that label?
Well, for me, we just had a normal use of that term, but I suppose at the Navy, the staff in the Navy used that pretty often, but as a deaf person, we didn't talk that way, so we didn't refer to ourselves as that, something like that, like LD, but I believe that they had that term, and I think it was a negative connotation on the term, but it wasn't as quite as positive for us.
And for me, I really had no problem with the term labyrinthine defectives. I understood the reason for the term, and it was for research purposes. So it clarified that we were, in fact, a different group of people, and I had no problem with it.
In addition, but for the deaf to use, who use American Sign Language, normally when we use something like the acronym LD, it could also stand for learning disability, so that's another negative connotation that comes with that acronym.
When I saw it, I was a little uncomfortable. So I was going to recommend that we replace it with VE, vestibularly enhanced.
Sounds better to me.
And John, you're going to have to go back and change history a little bit.
We're doing that today. So there was, again, Robert Greenman had a quote that really fits in line with what you all have been talking about this morning, that the causes of motion sickness lie in the labyrinths of the ear and in the otolith organs, but just how this occurs and how to prevent it have been the subjects of a tremendous amount of research and millions of dollars. All my work here for the past 8 years has centered about this. Some of the answers are in sight. Mill and Jim, I would think maybe we could still say some of the answers are in sight, even at this point.
Maybe.
So when they were doing this testing, they had doctors sitting facing them, and again, sitting backwards, but they found that with the individuals, nothing really happened. The doctors didn't always come out of it unscathed, however. We have one picture of the centrifuge testing out in Johnsville, Pennsylvania. Can you all did you all both of you participate in that testing? And if so, can you explain it?
No, I think that Barry Gulak was the one who was involved with that, plus one other person who was a Gallaudet student that I cannot recall the name of. I believe the two of them were involved in that. I don't know much about it, but I submitted for it. I sent an email to Mary asking them to explain a little bit more about it, but it seems like he got a new computer and he didn't have time to send me a response, unfortunately.
And well, I think that was the only experiment that I missed. I remember that I was invited, but I had a conflict and was unable to go. So I did miss that particular experiment.
Well, I put it in here, first of all, to show that they did that testing, but also the statement there in the caption that Baron Gulak he wrote in there all by himself, but had to draw his own blood while he was spinning. So for any of the astronauts or, again, research subjects who have done similar activities, you're not alone. This particular device, the Coriolis Acceleration Platform, which we'll refer to as CAP, was a unique torture device, experimental device, because it would move the individuals, again, independently along a vertical axis and along a rectilinear translation axis so that they could spin in pretty much any different direction. And that capsule contained life support activities, so sort of like we've heard talking about the HERA, the HERA, and others. And it was capable of exposing 8 men to continuous rotation for periods up to 30 days. But to our knowledge, none of them ever participated that long. This is another picture of it. You can see how it was constructed so that it could move back and forth, but also turn on the central axis. And here's a picture with some of the folks who had participated in that. Harry, I understand that there were a few days spent preparing for the CAP testing, and then that proceeded to last up to about 12 days?
Well, I don't recall receiving any training prior to the testing. It could have been some type of briefing on what to expect, but that was all I remember really at the present moment.
And we know that it lasted 12 days. It could last up to 12 days. I'd asked the question of you yesterday, but perhaps you could tell me again. We understand that at some point in time it would go in the reverse direction, spin in the reverse direction. But do you recall that?
Yes, but I don't recall which way it was going, if it was clockwise or counterclockwise. I couldn't tell. But there were no windows in the cab, so it was difficult to tell which way you were going.
The rotation of the room created a fourth of a G, and normally on Earth we have 1 G going down, and in the rotation it was a quarter of a G going outward. So we had to walk at an angle through the room. We had to tilt ourselves, and standing in the center, you could stand straight up. But if you walked away from center to the walls of the room, you would start to tilt. And I'm telling you, for those few days, we would start to fall, and we had a difficult time adjusting to that change in the pull of gravity. But after a few days, we started to get used to it, to that pull, and we would walk through the pull, and we would lean as we walked, and it was fun.
One thing that I do remember about that is that we were playing ball. So we were throwing the ball, and the ball would curve on its own due to the room. So I wish I could do that with when playing baseball. That would make a mean curveball.
That was the only time I could really throw a curveball.
So, Harry, this picture shows you standing at a 30-degree angle. And David's already described what it was like to traverse from one place to the other to move across the room. But I wonder what it was like to just live in the room, because you stayed there 12 days.
Really, it really felt pretty normal. except for when you got close to the wall, you could feel the gravity pulling you away from the center of the room. So you try to stand as close to the center of the room as you could to feel less pull on us. But that's the one thing I remember about that when we were sleeping at night, is that the sleeping bags were arranged in a circular positioning around the room so that we would feel more comfortable sleeping there in that orientation, like spokes on a wheel.
So the slide also shows that there are a variety of symptoms that individuals could have during this kind of rotation, but as you've heard, they had none. Didn't necessarily mean the researchers didn't have some of those, but they had none. We've got a couple pictures here that show some of the testing that was done. I'm not going to ask Harry and David to relate the specifics of how they did these. Again, if we try to remember back, 30, 40, 50 years back in terms of how we did our research studies, we probably couldn't either. But they did a variety of kinds of things, once again, and having to do things like blood samples, urine samples, heart monitoring, et cetera. And I wonder, did you all experience, or was it reported back to you that there was any change in, say, your cardiac and your heart function?
I don't really think that I had any change in my cardiac function.
And no, I don't recall anyone having any problems with that. I don't think it was an issue.
Okay. Right, I know. We have a bit of a video here, and we've got a little bit one later. And I've asked Harry or David just to talk in general terms about what it was like to live in there, but they've already done that for you. So I'm going to just show a little bit of the video clip for the sake of time. Once again, we have these. We had these during our poster session yesterday. We have those on computer. So if anybody's interested in seeing the full, we've got 20-minute clips that Gene has provided for us. And these were ones that Robert Greenman had filmed during his activities. But they're really fascinating to watch and to see how the individuals functioned in these rooms. This individual is Dr. Bob Kennedy. He was the assistant to Dr. Graybill. Dr. Kennedy has just recently passed back in, I believe, in November, and Dr. Reschke is going to say a few things about him in just a little while. So for the sake of time, I'm going to move ahead a little bit from but you can see, again, standing near the wall, that 30-degree angle again. There was a centrifuge out in San Diego. This one was a little bit different, though, because the individuals that participated in these had body casts that were made for them so that they could be then in this cast and then submerged in water up to their necks. So I was wondering if, Harry and David, if you could describe a little bit of that testing.
That's another one that's very difficult for me to remember, but the cast kept our bodies stable and kept us in the water submerged so that it reduced our ability to feel motion, if you will. So during the process of the centrifuge going around and being submerged, I think we were asked to, or constantly being asked to, look at a light and keep the light horizontal on the horizon in front of us. So the light would move and we were asked to keep it horizontal. And the purpose, again, I think had something to do with the ability to sense the horizon, be aware of the horizon.
Okay. So again, Don Peterson here just describes essentially what David had mentioned in terms of how they were bolted into place. And I bring these next two slides for you because here you can see Captain Ashton Graybill, Dr. Graybill. He was the primary investigator during all of this. Harry and David speak in just glowing terms about their interactions with him and all the work that he did with them. As well as, again, you can see here in the gondola, here's David submerged down in the water, but sitting in the gondola dry is Dr. Kennedy. So he rode with them backwards. The reason why Dr. Kennedy was such a good example of someone who could work in research is he was very minimally affected by all of the tests that were done. His vestibular system really stood up to that, whereas other researchers got ill. The next thing, I'd just like a brief, if you can, Harry, if you could describe the trip on the McClellan. It's a boat off of the coast I mentioned earlier, off Nova Scotia. Round bottom boat and rough seas, not a good thing. Harry, if you could explain what transpired.
Okay, that was during February of 1964. And it was about 10 of us who went out to sea from Sydney, Nova Scotia, and the Navy planned a special seasickness test in the area of Nova Scotia. And that area was good in the Northeast because the Atlantic waters are particularly high and rough. And we had to go to St. Pierre, which was a small island off of the coast of Newfoundland. And there were about 600 ships who had previously sank in that island, or in that area rather, so it was a rather dangerous place to sojourn through. There were wooden cargo ships that would often make the trip between St. Pierre and the coast. So we got on the McClellan and went about 200 miles. It was an 8 hours at sea to St. Pierre. It was very calm in placid waters on the way to St. Pierre. And once we arrived, we stayed several days and waited for the bad weather to come. And after about 4 or 5 days, it looked like the nor'easter was finally on its way. So we got back on the boat and waited for the big waves to come. And there were particularly high seas, about 30 feet waves that we were going through. And those of us who were deaf were just standing around talking, playing cards, and the Navy crew, come to find out, got all sick. And they couldn't administer the test to us because they got so sick. When we got to Sydney on the next morning, they were completely shocked when I came out and saw a thick layer of ice on all parts of the exterior of the ship. So we saw that, wow, that was a pretty dangerous trip that we just lived through.
And National Geographic did a really wonderful story about this, and here's the quote that, you know, as they expected, none of the volunteers got sick at all, but all the doctors did, which was sort of the status for most of the research that was done. But you know, the work that has been described here has carried on. Doctors Lackner and Reschke have done a lot of work in their areas, and I apologize that I've let this run longer than I had planned, but I wanted you to hear the story. But there's other work that's been done. This is Dr. Graybill's daughter, Ann Graybill, who actually dedicated a device up at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base at the Navy Medical Research Unit back in 2016, affectionately referred to as the Kraken, yet another research/torture device. But I'll skip through these so that there are special thank yous that we need to do, but I need to get on so that Doctors Lackner and Reschke at least have a little bit of time to talk to us, and I apologize to both of you gentlemen. Dr. Lackner. Yep, there you go.
Slides, please.
There we go.
Here we go. So I worked with Graybiel for the last 15 years of his life, roughly. Our last papers were published when he was about 90 years old, and one of the things that Graybiel had on his office wall is this picture, what he referred to fondly as the LD subjects. He thought that the LD subjects were the most important subject population he had ever dealt with. And he thought that anything that was done to study them would give important insights. And he gave me two pieces of advice. One was I needed a rotating room, and the other was I needed LD subjects. And so we built a rotating room. It's really a rotating habitat to enhance the likelihood of being successful. I made it larger than the Pensacola one by a third of this floor space. What I'd like to do is just to summarize one very simple experiment that we did, which led to some important insights with regard to postural control and ways of helping people with postural problems. And it's really making use of the slow rotation room and adaptation to Coriolis forces, such as Harry and David experienced in the early Pensacola experiments. I'm going to describe a very simple paradigm, and it's simply having the subject at the center of rotation and making a reaching movement during rotation. What's interesting about that is that the reaching movement during rotation will be perturbed, okay? But there are other interesting features to this situation, because when you're in a fully enclosed chamber, rotating, in this case that I'm going to describe, 10 RPM, about twice the speed of the original Pensacola studies. If you make a reaching movement, your arm is perturbed and it's displaced. And I'm going to skip most of my slides for the sake of time, but just to tell you that it's sort of a strange feeling. It feels like your arm hasn't done what you told it to do. But if you keep reaching, within about 10 or 12 reaches, suddenly the Coriolis force seems to have gone away if your eyes are open. The important thing here to realize is during these experiments, you never ever feel any sense of rotation. You always feel stationary. And in the ones I'm describing, you're at the center of rotation, so the centrifugal force is minimal. And so you're in a circumstance in which you adapt, and then when the room is stopped and you make a reaching movement, your arm is perturbed in the opposite direction. So there's a negative after effect. And what's interesting about this is that with room lights on, so you have visual feedback of the reaching to the target, adaptation takes place within about 15 reaches. Now, I want to show you how I'm going to show you a little bit of data. This is showing the overhead trajectory of a reach that's perturbed during rotation. And you see that there's a trajectory curvature as well as an endpoint error, so you miss the target. Now what I'm going to describe next is making the movements in a totally dark room. You're pushing down on a button, and when you push down on the button, a target light turns on and you reach. And as you reach, the target light goes out. So you reach completely in the dark. In that circumstance, what will happen for the normal control subjects is that the red is during rotation, the black on the left is pre-rotation baseline. And what you can see is that the trajectory curvature is initially substantial and rapidly decays back to baseline. Then there's a negative after effect in the post-rotation reaches. Here are the lateral endpoint errors. Again, complete adaptation. Now, next I'm going to show you labyrinthine defective subjects' performance. Or I'm sorry, this is an overhead view just showing you the final trajectories of the pre-rotation, per-rotation, and post-rotation reaches. And you can see they overlap completely. In other words, there's complete adaptation during rotation, and the after effect decays, and you're back to exactly pre-rotation reaching values. This is what it looks like for the treasured LD subjects. Full trajectory adaptation in the same length of time as normal individuals. But this is the interesting thing vis-a-vis lateral endpoint errors. The endpoint errors don't go away. And what you can see in the final trajectories on the right is that during per rotation, they never completely adapt the endpoint. And we couldn't figure out why that would be the case. And of course, we started hypothesizing. And then after a while, I thought, gee, you know, maybe it would make sense to look at how their reaches end. Let's look at the trajectories, the actual trajectories. And the very thing that was interesting was the normal control subjects would reach like this, sort of quick. Turns out the labyrinthine defective subjects reached like this. They reached higher, and they touched down very, very slowly. You can see the black dots in the top slide. Their terminal velocity before making contact was minimal. That made us wonder, why are they doing that? What's going on? And I realized that they have a less good idea in the dark of where their arm is with respect to the surface. They're protecting their finger. So we asked the question, what goes on when you, under normal circumstances, reach and point to targets? And so we put together this display you see where a laser projects targets on a force plate, and the subject reaches in the dark to the just extinguished position of the laser dot. And what the force plate does is record the impact vector of the finger. What goes on in this circumstance is when you touch down, for the first 30 milliseconds of contact, roughly, there's a three-dimensional force vector coding X, Y, and Z. And after about 30 milliseconds, it's gone, and you just have a resting normal force. This is what it looks like for the normal control subjects. That reaction force vector points to the shoulder. And what it's telling you is where your finger is with respect to your torso. Here's what happens when the labyrinthine defective subjects point. There is not that reaction force vector to tell them where their finger is. It's all over the place. So they don't have that information. And we found that if we have people point to virtual targets in the dark with no finger contact, they can't see it, they're just pointing to it, and they don't see their error. Very quickly, within a few seconds, they start dispersing all over the place. If you allow one finger contact with a surface, they immediately go back to being polarized and accurate. Then they quickly decay. So what's going on in that circumstance is you need the finger information to keep the calibration. And you can imagine that in spaceflight, you're losing a lot of that fingertip information. But that made us ask a quick question. I had noticed as a kid in parabolic flight that if I was free-floating and closed my eyes, I would lose all sense of orientation. I would be aware of the relative configuration of my arms and legs, but I wouldn't feel oriented. I wouldn't feel anchored in the environment. But I found if I touched the fuselage with my finger, just the lightest touch, I immediately felt oriented when my eyes were closed. And that made us wonder whether we could supply fingertip contact information to help subjects balance better, because they would have a better familiarity with where they were in relation to their context. So we developed a very simple paradigm, which is shown here. You see a subject touching a surface. The subject can touch either lightly, less than 100 grams, which is minimal, or allowed full force. And 100 grams is insufficient to provide any mechanical support. What you see here is normal subject showing mean sway amplitude when they're standing heel to toe, either in the dark or light. And you can see that the finger touch, even at the minimal force levels, greatly stabilizes their posture. Now what I want to show you is the labyrinthine defective subjects. Point here is, look at the bar on the far left. The normal subject standing with no touch in the dark. There's a little pink line at the very bottom. It's just telling you the labyrinthine defective subjects can't stand at all in that circumstance for more than a few seconds. But with touch, notice the tremendous stabilization. They're as stable as the normal subjects in the dark, and they're actually more stable in the dark than if you look at the people, the normal subjects with vision in that chart. You can see that they are less stable, eyes open, than the LD subjects, eyes closed with light touch in the dark. It's incredible effect. And I don't have time to do more, but to tell you that it was a remarkably stabilizing effect for everybody. And what I'd like to do is show you a very brief slide movie, which is going to show you a labyrinthine defective subject trying to balance heel to toe with and without touch. This will be without touch to start with. Now it started, now you can see. You can see a couple seconds and she falls. Now this is with touch when we start here. Now you can see her finger there. She's rock steady. This touch stabilization technique has now been adopted in hundreds of clinical studies, and thousands of patients have benefited from the insights that the labyrinthine defective subjects have been able to provide us. And so this is now an active, there are hundreds of clinical studies that are going on using this paradigm now. So the point is, the Gallaudet legacy persists, and we have a collaborative study which we are underway with Chiz Tamaki from Gallaudet, and we look forward to adding much more information in the future. And I hope I've left Mill a little time.
Dr. Fogarty, can we indulge a little bit longer? Sorry, Mel, I've cut your time down dramatically.
5 minutes. Yeah, 5 minutes. That's good. I can do it in 5 minutes if they get it loaded. I have some slides, not nearly as much as you've seen previously, but I think the major point in my slides is essentially to show everyone that a lot of what happened with the Gallaudet 11 subjects plus the one woman and another unknown person is that through time, essentially, a lot of testing that we were currently doing was standardized by the people in Pensacola using these subjects. And that's been a very, very important aspect of our interaction with them. A few words about Dr. Robert Kennedy. He died about 2 weeks ago. Most of my mentors are dying or have died. And as a consequence, I've now turned to young people to mentor me. I think this was a really important statement that Harry made when it came to the contributions that they made to NASA and NASA research. And that they were different, all right, but it was in a way that they were needed. And I think that comment should go down. Postural control is very important, and that's one of the things that was standardized at Pensacola Air Base. On the left, you saw one of our astronauts after, or just prior to a 6-month flight, walking heel to toe with his eyes closed. He made no errors. On the right side, you saw him doing that same thing with his eyes open about an hour after a 6-month space flight and just disembarking from the Soyuz capsule out in the fields of Kazakhstan. And he did pretty well, much slower. This is what it looks like, however, when he shuts his eyes. On your left. And on the right shows Harry trying to do the same thing, and he does pretty well. If you can run that movie real quick, I'd appreciate it. You notice he's flapping his arms around like a bird. That's helping him do the balance. He's substituting that for the vestibular system. Right now, motion sickness-wise, 100% of our astronauts returning are motion sick. And this is really my final point. There are about 5 different types of eye movements that humans use, and 4 of these are controlled by the vestibular system, which are the people that are on the stage with me from Gallaudet don't have. And interestingly enough, Robert Greenman noticed when he was on the boat out on the Northern Sea that when he looked at the stars at night, that the stars jumped around. They weren't stable like they were in the daytime when he looked at them. One of the kinds of eye movements that are controlled by the vestibular system is called the vestibular ocular reflex. And I'd like you to see what a person without a functioning labyrinth sees when they are moving or when they're trying to read sometimes. And it's essentially showing you what the vestibular ocular reflex is. Everybody, take your hand, put it in front of your face, okay? Move it back and forth at about 1 hertz and look at the lines in the palm of your hand. They're blurry, right? Now, what happens if I hold my hand still and move my head? They're perfectly clear. Essentially, the vestibular system is moving the eyes equally and opposite the head movement. So it stabilizes our vision. And unfortunately, if you don't have a functional vestibular labyrinth, you're really living like this a great deal of your time. Lastly, this is Commander Bill Reedy, being the first person to use American Sign Language on his STS shuttle flight 42, and I'll let him speak to us. So basically, it's time to maybe fly a labyrinthine effective person.
Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much. I know we always run out of time. Amazing stories, incredible history. I want to thank you so much for sharing that with us, your personal experience, the science that was accomplished, and Mill for ending it with exactly how that was helping us and how we can have to continue using individuals from very diverse backgrounds to learn more, to push the boundaries, to understand where there really may not be limits that we thought existed before. So on that note, we're going to close out this panel. Let's give them another round of applause to express our appreciation.
Thank you for indulging us, and our apologies to the next panel session.
We are going to take a moment to help these people get off the stage and get set up for our next panel, which is focusing on interagency partnerships and collaborations. So bear with us.
Thank you.
How does one frame a masterpiece? If it's a painting, some wood and gold leaf will do. But what about a masterpiece of the edible variety? Like boar's head oven gold turkey. Crafted from a family recipe, seasoned with savory spices and then slow roasted until it's fork tender and brimming with flavor. So, what could frame such a masterpiece? Perhaps a little bread would do. Boar's head. Compromise elsewhere.
How do you explain the joy of getting any size soft drink for just $1 from McDonald's? Well, it's like...
One, two, three.
Yeah, like that. Get $1 any size soft drink from McDonald's. Joy included. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
I'm gonna leave my phone and that up here because I have all of your introductory stuff. As I introduce you briefly, I'm just try to talk about it. No, we don't.
Well, good morning again. Welcome to our second plenary panel. We had a very interesting look back at some historical science that was done in a population of folks that had some very particular special capabilities. I thought particularly some of the stories were very interesting because the subjects were not getting ill when we do some really provocative testing, but the test takers were pretty much down for the count. So very cool story to try to think about how we do use special populations and various collaborations that can kind of take our work in places we hadn't anticipated, but lead to solutions for some of the most challenging problems that we have. So on to our next panel, which is really about expanding our collaborations, our partnerships, understanding where we may have common interests with other folks who have very challenging problems, and how we can work together, leverage off of each other's work, and how we need to continue to explore that. A person for NASA, Dr. Lisa Carnell, who's on the stage, is leading up the effort for both the Human Research Program to a large extent. She's been very generous and works with Space Life Sciences, or I'm going to get this, the acronym is SLPSRA, so I have to go through each letter. So it's Space, Life, and Physical Science. It's a division at headquarters, which looks at a variety of topics, but definitely works at a more mechanistic and fundamental level on the life sciences side, and we're trying to build this translational path. But she's in a very unique position, given her background, all the networking and collaboration she's done over the years to build bridges to other agencies, such as the DoD, NIH, and all the institutes within under NIH, the CDC, the FDA. So she's been able to bring some of those potential partnerships or active partnerships to the stage today to help enlighten us about the work that they do, where maybe some of our current activities together lie, or near-term activities lie, and kind of that look into the future about not only it being driven by, say, NASA and HRP driving these collaborations, but how you, as researchers, could also look to them and think about how your work might apply to what their needs are, because it'll benefit both parties. So I'd like to welcome Dr. Lisa Carnell up to the stage so she can introduce each one of our speakers who's generously taken the time to be here today and enlighten the audience and other government employees on how we can collaborate better together.
Speakers. Well, good morning. Thanks, Jen. That was quite a nice introduction. And thank you again for the opportunity to host this session during the Human Research Program workshop. And welcome all of you to the Interagency panel. Today, we're really fortunate to be able to have all of our agency partners here today. Not only are they going to talk about their research that they're working on, but they're going to give you some insights into where they think there are potential collaborations with NASA. The topics span from remote health to crop growth and neuroscience. So it's quite a broad session. And I would really appreciate it as you're listening to all of these talks, be thinking about how the work that they're doing, as Jen was just saying a minute ago, how it may be able to influence or help the project or program that you're currently working on. I would also like to take a second here to acknowledge several of our other partner agencies that are in attendance here this week. And they, too, had their first introduction a couple years ago to the Human Research Program Workshop. Over here, we have Dr. Carmen Rios from NIH NIAID. We have Tracy McGill from the FDA. We have Keith Hoots from the NHLBI. John Esker and Shannon Lewellis from BARDA. Thank you all for being here too. So let's get on to this so we can have a bit more time for discussion. I'd like to hold the questions until the end so that we can have a fruitful discussion with the panel. Our first speaker today is Dr. Kevin Karem. Dr. Karem is the Director for Global Health and Lab Operations at the Center for Disease Control and Prevention. Dr. Karem?
Thank you. It's an honor to be here. My name is Kevin Karem, and I work in the Center for Global Health at the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. And today I just wanted to share some background and highlights of what we do and perhaps convince you that what we do is not so different than some of the areas that NASA works in, and stimulate some conversation perhaps after for ways we can collaborate. And we have some collaborations already around microbial discovery work and research. But just in general, CDC is in place to protect the public's health, both domestically and abroad. And we provide a range of services around public health, including clinical guidance, guidelines, laboratory research, and probably the most popular area is infectious disease work for global outbreak response. So a little bit of history, and it dawned on me in preparing for today that CDC really developed in a manner that is similar to part of what NASA seems to be most interested in, which is settlement or controlling environments for settlement to protect health and sustainability. And so in 1942, the Public Health Service really was built around malaria and yellow fever control in war areas. And this included parts of the U.S. that were very difficult to inhabit, such as Galveston, probably, in the Gulf Coast because of the mosquito populations and the inability to control vector-borne disease. In 1943, it became officially the Communicable Disease Center, and then in 1970, the Center for Disease Control, and then 1992, Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. And these pictures are really just to highlight some of the areas related to malaria control, and I don't know how many of you remember the DDT trucks going through the neighborhood and people playing behind them in the fog. So we've learned a little bit since then. So laboratory science at CDC is fairly broad, and this may not be anything new to you, but infectious diseases and also non-infectious diseases. So we have a strong environmental component. Some of that's highlighted most recently with the vaping incidents, vaping injuries for lung. That's affecting mostly our young people. We have a significant laboratory systems, as do some of my colleagues and sister agencies, and we strongly encourage collaboration. Outbreak investigation, emergency response, which we are in the midst of right now with the novel coronavirus. Pathogen discovery, we have a long history of discovering pathogens, including Ebola, Legionnaire's disease, among others. And also eradication programs. We led the eradication program for smallpox, variola virus, and currently in hopefully the final chapter of polio eradication. Advanced molecular detection and genetic studies, biomonitoring, vaccine development, and newborn screening. One of the big areas that I think relates to the NASA mission is actually surveillance and monitoring, and we'll touch on that briefly. So we've always sort of had a One Health projection, and it's been since the dawn of education, veterinary science, dentistry, medicine, environmental science, and ecology. We've always recognized the relationships between these, but in the last 15 years or so, we've had a more formal effort around One Health and looking at the environment, human factors, and how we modify the environment for our own benefit or others. So this includes professionals in the medical fields, veterinary fields, science fields. You name it, we probably have them on board, including entomologists, ecologists, wildlife biologists. So the past 20 years, we've seen a tremendous expansion, not only in populations across the globe, but travel. And so this is a heat map of air travel. I think this is about 10 years old now, but the point is still well taken. You're really 24 hours away from anywhere these days in terms of continents and major cities. So we recognize this as being a potential, and we're seeing it right now with Wuhan virus spreading across the globe. It's a very efficient way to transfer germs and diseases as well as people. So CDC operates under 4 core principles. We call them the core 4. It's workforce development, surveillance, laboratory support, and emergency operations. These are areas that we feel are critical to any public health endeavor, research-based or surveillance or clinical intervention. And those core 4 are easy to envision if you go down to UTMB, the medical center, or any major medical center where you live. You can understand that you have education, you have workforce training and development standards, proficient laboratory testing, all of those things. But we work in very remote regions, and this is a great picture of a river crossing. And quite often in these settings, it's a little bit different. It's not quite as easy to get the kind of expertise you need or the training on site. So for global capacity, I just want to share a reflection, and this is a few years old, but these are various programs across U.S. government that have a global reach. And these include things like the Global Disease Detection Network, Global WHO Influenza Program, the PEPFAR HIV/AIDS Program, the President's Malaria Initiative. And so these markers indicate areas globally where we have U.S. government enterprise, either in laboratory services or workforce, who can assist with specific programs. And this makes up part of our network, or colonization, if you will, of ways we can interact when things happen like this novel coronavirus. So I've been privileged to visit a couple of NASA sites and be involved with a few events. I was a bit of a space nut as a kid, and I've always really admired the mission control model and how that is used to communicate and control and coordinate missions. It's always been extremely impressive to me, the technology, the communications, and the workforce discipline it takes to manage such a feature. And you're communicating with either equipment in a rover or the space station or astronauts. Very effective, very impressive. At CDC, during events of extreme emergency, in the bottom left, you see our Emergency Operations Center. So it dawned on me that there are a lot of similarities in how we effectively communicate and coordinate. I feel like we have it a little bit harder because we have humans on the other end, which is always a variable that you can't really control. So in a way, I think the complexity of our outbreak responses and how we do global public health capacity is an example and shared areas of expertise that we have a lot to talk about. And so when we try to push out training remotely or send experts into the field, they sometimes have to engage and develop things based on their expertise that we would never think about doing at headquarters. So, for example, this is an outbreak response, and our experts have set up a makeshift lab to work with Ebola. And in Atlanta, we work in a level 4 suit lab, which has all the engineering and containment mechanisms we need. So this is why workforce is so important. I always say I'd rather be in the jungle working with a Tier 1 agent with people that know what they're doing than working in our labs in Atlanta with people that don't know what they're doing. So that highlights workforce development on our end, and for NASA, it's even more critical for obvious reasons. So I'll stop there and thank Juliana Cyril, who's our Director of the Office of Technology and Innovation, who brought me here today, and I appreciate her ingenuity and her desire to be innovative at CDC, and my director, Tunye, who's an MD, PhD, with great knowledge in areas of clinical medicine and training programs, and Chris Shield, who's a bench-level microbiologist who's been instrumental in pushing us into quality regulations and training programs for immersive technologies. So I'll stop there.
Thank you, Dr. Karem. So our next speaker today, we have Dr. Chris Dardick. Dr. Dardick is a plant molecular biologist and a lead scientist at the United States Department of Agriculture. His research focuses on the genetic improvement of fruit crops using advanced genomics and breeding technologies.
Well, thank you for the introduction. It's a pleasure to be here today. I started working with NASA probably 7 or 8 years ago, and it's interesting because I think it's changing very quickly in terms of how NASA's needs and NASA's goals are beginning to align, I think, with some of our food and agriculture goals here on Earth. So I'm going to try to go through a little bit, I think, where those alignments are beginning to become apparent. So if we look at the challenges that we face here on Earth in terms of feeding people, and this is really the USDA's primary mission, is how do we feed everyone? So by 2050, it's anticipated that we'll have 10 billion people on Earth, and we'll need to nearly double our food supply. And even given that, even now, we still have a food production system that is incapable of feeding adequately everyone on the planet. And given that in the face of the other constraints we have, such as land. So we're currently already farming tremendous amounts of land across the globe. And in order to meet these goals of feeding people, we want to do this really on less land potentially than we're farming now, and with fewer resources and chemical inputs. So this is a tremendous challenge, obviously. But when you think about the basic question that we're addressing is, how do we produce enough food with limited space using less inputs and resources? So this is really, in a sense, the same kinds of questions that NASA's trying to address to feed astronauts. So our current USDA secretary's motto for us is do right and feed everyone. So I suppose that should include astronauts too. One of the areas where I think we're starting to see some potential solutions arise that has been, I'd say, a bit surprising is this new industry we call controlled environment agriculture. So if you asked me 10 years ago, could you produce food indoors under completely artificial environments and make money, I would say there's no way. But this technology has obviously changed dramatically, and it's been driven a lot through things like LED lighting, improved robotics, and computational resources. And so we've seen a number of companies that have sprung up, and some of these are quite large, and they're starting to produce food completely under controlled conditions. And I should mention that a lot of these technologies are actually pioneered by NASA. So NASA was really the first to grow plants under LED lighting, and they built one of the first what we call vertical agriculture systems. So in response to this growing industry, USDA is now they're creating a new program really to focus on controlled environment agriculture and to really think about the problems that they have are quite different from in the field. So you're not necessarily dealing with pests and diseases and droughts and things like that we struggle with, but instead, how do we maximize production? How do we optimize energy efficiency? And what kind of crops can we grow? And what is the nutritional value of those crops going to be? And this is really what we see, I think, just looking at what these companies and they're doing now compared to what NASA's goals are, you can see these are actually quite similar problems that we're now facing. So I'm going to go through a few examples of cooperative efforts that are currently ongoing between the USDA, and NASA. And one of these, this is work by Gene Lester's group in Beltsville, Maryland. And they're looking at microgreens. So one of the things that they've been able to discover or have been working on is the tremendous potential for nutrient value in some of these microgreen crops. So this can be achieved, one, by different varieties of microgreens. So you find tremendous genetic variability in the nutrient values, and also potentially by manipulation of the environment, so the lighting and things like that that can alter these compounds. So there's the potential, really, I think, to maximize or produce crops in controlled environments that have optimized or dramatically improved nutritional properties. Another area which I'm going to mention is really kind of related to microbiome work, and this is the use of microbes to promote plant growth. So this is work that we got involved in just a few years ago, but it's been well known for some time that obviously microbes have these close associations with plants, and they have strong influences on plant growth and development and plant health. Over the past decade, researchers have begun to identify microbes that have dramatic impacts on plant growth. So this is one of them, and this is one we work with. This is a species of Cladosporium sphaerospermum, and if you grow it in, let's see here, alongside plants. So these are plants that do not have the fungus growing in these enclosed containers. And these are started at the same time, and they have these little cups, I don't know if you can't see it, that contain this fungus. And we see it increase as much as 25-fold in biomass. And it turns out that they accomplished this through, through production of volatile compounds. So if you actually seal them off and only allow gases to escape, you still get this same effect. And this works in microgreens and in other fruit crops, like this is an example showing the increase in yield in peppers. And so you can reduce your harvest intervals down from anywhere from 1 week to 3 or 4 weeks and increase yields. So these are the kinds of technologies that would never really be that applicable in a field setting, but certainly under a controlled environment where you can control the air and the atmosphere that the plants are growing under, this could potentially be useful. Another area I will touch on is what I call here designer crops for controlled environment agriculture, but this is actually a much broader area, I would say. One of the big questions is what kinds of things can you grow in these settings? So this is one the USDA is very interested in. Obviously, some crops simply you cannot grow, you just aren't compatible. So for example, tree crops. They're slow growing, they have long juvenility periods, they're large, and they have special environmental requirements like dormancy, where they require periods of cold and things like that. Cyclical cropping, where you get your entire crop at one time. Obviously for space flight, that would not be compatible. And then storage of all that food. So one of the things that we're learning is, as we've gotten into this era of crop genomics, is that some of these seemingly fixed genetic states, which have these sort of impenetrable boundaries, may not in fact be so impenetrable. And one of the ways we know this is actually from nature itself. So this slide, what I'm showing are plants in the family Rosaceae, and these are all actually quite closely related plants. However, they're morphologically very, very diverse. So we have things like peach trees, apple trees, strawberries. So you can just imagine both the fruit forms and the plant forms are very variable. Now these little wheels I'm showing here, these are actually circus plots. And what these are showing is, as we've looked at the genomes of these crops and we look at the relatedness, that there's a tremendous amount of what we call synteny, or conservation of the genome. So essentially, while these are radically different in their form and function, they have essentially the same genetic toolkit. So what that tells us is that it should be possible to start to really change some of these characters. And one of the ways we know this is we've seen examples of this through genetic engineering. So this is actually the work that we started a number of years ago that got us first interested in perhaps working with NASA. And this is the overexpression of a flowering gene in plum. So this gene we call FT is a gene that's responsible for flowering. And you can see in the picture here, when we did that, we actually ended up with very small trees. So these plums here I'm showing at the bottom are just grown in a greenhouse. They have no juvenility period, so they flower right away. They flower continually. They don't have a dormancy requirement, and they set fruit and grow continually, almost like tomatoes. So it is possible to do this and to really expand the kinds of things that we think about in terms of what would be compatible with controlled environment agriculture. So obviously the industry is also very interested in the same thing, and the reason is they don't want to just produce microgreens and lettuce. They want to be able to produce the entire scope of food for their consumers. So this is an area, I think, where there's tremendous potential for cooperation. Another example, which I just wanted to highlight, this was from Zachary Lippman, who's at Cold Spring Harbor, and this was work that was just in the news quite a bit, if you had seen it. He actually used gene editing to optimize tomatoes for this purpose, and this is just an example of some of the pictures. So by targeting a handful of genes, he could reduce size, the flowering behavior, morphology, and just make these things tremendously productive in a very short period of time. So, we're starting to see this kind of technology come about, and it's really exciting time, I think, for agriculture. And so with that, I'll stop.
Thanks a lot, Chris. That was great. Our next speaker today is Dr. Justin Stewart. Dr. Stewart's a board-certified internal medicine physician. He's in the United States Army and a deputy director of the Telemedicine and Advanced Technology Research Center at Fort Detrick, Maryland. Dr. Stewart?
Good morning, and thank you for this invitation to the conference. We are part of the U.S. Army Medical Research and Development Command, which falls under Army's Futures Command. Our mission is to fuse data, humans, and machines into solutions that optimize warfighter performance and casualty care. We dream big on how the future of battlefield care will look far into the future and perform research to make those dreams a reality. So let's take a look at that dream. Now, this dream I'm about to tell you is purely fiction, and any resemblance to actual persons living, dead, or not yet alive is purely coincidental. Now, this black screen is intentional. Well, now it's a blue screen. But, so you can close your eyes if you'd like. I'm not going to have any scary pyrotechnics or anything like that. I've been told I shouldn't do that, and I shouldn't yell at people and make them cry. But let's just imagine that you're an 18-year-old that just graduated high school. Your family doesn't have enough money to send you to college, but you feel like college gives you the best chance to succeed in life. So you talk to an Army recruiter to learn about the GI Bill. You get money for college and serve your country at the same time. So you sign up for a standard 4-year active contract. Now you're off to basic training for 10 weeks, and when you're done, you do an additional 16 weeks of advanced individual training to become a medic. A certain country's leaders have begun expanding their sphere of influence by attacking the Baltic states of Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. Before you know it, you're on an airplane headed to an undisclosed location in Eastern Europe. Fighting has increased, so your unit performs an airborne mission and parachutes behind enemy lines. Your unit begins to engage the enemy, and 2 people are wounded. The enemy begins to retreat, and your unit continues to pursue them, meaning that you, as the medic, stay behind and take care of the 2 wounded personnel who cannot continue. So now you, that 18-year-old medic with only the Army training you finished about a month prior to deployment, is forced to take care of 2 wounded soldiers, one who is screaming all by yourself. What do? Well, you take out your handheld smartphone-like device and tell it, I have 2 casualties that need to be evacuated. Or better yet, since all the soldiers are wearing embedded sensors in their uniforms, you were told through your device that 2 soldiers have been wounded and where on the battlefield they are located. You look through your augmented reality glasses to begin assessing the severity of the wounds, and the software identifies the injuries and makes recommendations on the next steps to take. You begin doing procedures on the soldier who is screaming at you, as recommended by the clinical decision support software in the glasses. 5 minutes after the initial injuries occurred, 4 autonomous vehicles appear on the horizon. One is a procedure robot, one is a blood delivery drone, and the other 2 are evacuation vehicles that can take your patients out of the area of operations. The procedure robot intubates the unconscious patient and starts an IV after that. You stabilize the screaming soldier with a tourniquet and gave him pain medication to help him relax, allowing you to work on the unconscious patient. Your glasses tell you the interventions the robot performed with the unconscious patient. Fast forward. It has been about an hour since the patients were wounded, and they are both stable for transport due to your heroic efforts and the help of the robots. You load them on the autonomous transport drones, and they take off to deliver patients to the nearest combat support hospital. You look at your handheld device to ensure that all the interventions were captured on the patients, and then ask it, "Where's my unit?" The software loads up their location to your glasses, and you begin to march toward them. While you were taking care of the wounded soldiers, the unit drove the enemy back and was able to meet up with the main advancing effort to continue pushing forward. The certain countries' forces are forced to pull back and have asked for a ceasefire in order to discuss a settlement. So I bet you're asking yourself, what does this have to do with going to Mars? Between the trip to Mars and the dream scenario are 2 common themes: austere and human. You don't get much more austere than Mars, and we envision soldiers being in locations that have no medical care other than a medic. Second, humans are the ones that will be making the trip, and humans get sick. There was a recent article published in the January 2nd, 2020 New England Journal of Medicine that described the discovery on ultrasound during a research study in space of an internal jugular thrombus that required treatment. So what are you going to do when someone develops appendicitis and needs surgery? Well, perhaps you can use an autonomous system to perform that surgery. One of the projects at TATRIC, called the Telerobotic Operation Network, or TRON, involves having a surgeon perform surgery on a patient in a remote location. We hope this will be a precursor to eventual automated surgery further down the line. But to even get to automation, you have to learn how the procedure is performed. Are the slides going to come back up? Okay, perfect, thank you. So let's look at how that happens. Here is the sentence in one journal article that tells you about making an incision for a fasciotomy. So now, how do you tell a robot about the posterior lateral aspect of the leg? And this is just one step of the many. So here's a task analysis on fasciotomy that we developed in order to begin studying humans during the procedure in a simulated environment. Oops. All we need to do is just teach the robot all these steps and we should be good. Our new Medical Modeling and Simulation Innovation Center is tackling this task as well as comparing different products and technologies to see which would be the best fit to our medics. In the near term, you can use clinical decision support systems to assist non-medical providers to perform care. Making triage decisions is something our medics do every day, and we can work with NASA to develop those clinical decision support systems that can help when a medical provider is not present. We have also developed an app that uses AI to learn how an individual responds to less than 7 or 8 hours of sleep and provides customized recommendations to the individual to help mitigate the effects of sleep deprivation. Finally, our Digital Health Innovation Center, who's led by Ms. Jeanette Little and is with me here today, is researching ways to efficiently utilize bandwidth for telemedicine during times of degraded, intermittent, or low signal environments, something on which I think NASA can relate. Finally, if all the cool science and vision of TATRIC don't get you excited to work with us, then I want you to think just about this. What gets you up in the morning? Why do you do the job you do? For me, this slide summarizes it all. Excuse me. So here's a picture of my lovely wife, Sarah, and my 2 kids, Carol and Alexander. We like to have fun and be goofy, in case you couldn't tell. I want to make this a better place for them. But this slide also contains a wounded soldier. That soldier may or may not make it home to their family. So I want to do everything in my power to bring them home. We have some of the brightest minds here in the world, so let's work together to help humans survive hostile, austere environments and come home to the ones they love. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Stewart. Our next speaker and our last one for the day will take quite a shift over here and move on to the neuroscience area. We'll hear from Dr. Andrew Rossi. He is the Chief of the Executive Functions and Reward Systems Program under the Division of Neuroscience and Basic Behavioral Science at the National Institutes of Mental Health. Dr. Rossi?
Thank you, Dr. Carnell, and thank you for inviting me to speak with you today about NIH interest in neuroscience and basic behavioral science and how those interests may align with some of the demands of the NASA missions. So as many of you probably know, the NIH has 27 different institutes and centers, each with its own public health mission. On this slide, I've circled a number of the different institutes here in red just to show that those are institutes that have active research programs in neuroscience and behavioral science. So there is an existing relationship between the NIH and NASA, and to facilitate that relationship, the NIH has formed a group called the Space Group. And like any other federal agency, NIH really loves acronyms, and SPACE in this case is an acronym, no matter how tortured. The idea here is it's a group of NIH program staff that represent up to 20 different institutes, and they're there to explore potential areas of synergy between NIH research interests and NASA mission interests. The whole idea here is to leverage resources, share data, advance knowledge, and to drive innovation. So you've probably seen a slide like this before several times this week. These are the 5 major deep space stressors to human health and performance. So these different risk factors are radiation, isolation and confinement, hostile closed environment, and in distance from Earth. So these risks present challenges for cognition and behavior during spaceflight, and they may result in diminished performance due to poor cooperation, communication, and psychosocial adaptation to a spaceflight environment. There also can be negative outcomes resulting from sleep loss, circadian rhythm disruption, and work overload. So these present major challenges for space missions. I borrowed this slide from Dr. Thomas Williams, who gave a presentation at the NIH NASA meeting back in 2018. And he presented this list of challenges, like the selection and crew composition, psychosocial adaptation and training, stress, conflict and mood, meaningful work motivation, et cetera, et cetera. So the reason why I put this picture of the International Space Station and Earth here is because these are the same issues we have here on Earth, but they also apply to space missions. And so many of these areas that are listed here are active areas of interest to NIH research. So what are the main points of contact as I see them with NASA? So in terms of general science, the science of cognition, stress, mood and affect, psychosocial factors, sleep, risk and resilience, behavioral measures, and computational approaches across all levels of analysis, and interventions, of course, and what you refer to as countermeasures. So just to give you an idea about the mission of the National Institute of Mental Health, we're interested in transforming the understanding and treatment of mental illnesses, and we have a series of strategic objectives to get us there. The first is to define the mechanisms of complex disorders, chart mental illness trajectories to determine when, where, and how to intervene, strive for prevention and cures, and to strengthen the public health relevance of our research. So to support this mission, NIH supports a lot of basic research and translational research in both humans and animal models at all levels of analysis, from genes to cells to circuits to brain systems all the way to behavior. So one example of this, and I'm just scratching the surface here because there are many NIH programs that are devoted to basic neuroscience and behavioral research, but within the Institute of Mental Health, we have a branch that's devoted to behavioral neuroscience and cognition. And within that branch, we have specific research programs with interests in social and affective neuroscience, executive function and reward systems, that's my program, regulatory and systems neuroscience, learning and memory, and computational and theoretical neuroscience. So over the last 15 years or so, to give you a little context here, the NIH has been kind of broadening its view and moving into newer approaches and measures for understanding brain and behavior. So when I'm talking about approaches, it could be in terms of defining and characterizing behavior through the research domain criteria, or RDoC system. I'll talk about that in a minute, or omics approaches, whether it's the Human Connectome Project or the microbiome or genome-wide association studies. We're also very supportive and have investments in neurotechnologies. The Brain Initiative, which I'll also talk about in a moment, is very big on that. We're very interested in biometrics and computational approaches. Many of these areas are well underway, and we've made a lot of progress. Some of them are more aspirational. So I'll just say a few words about the research domain criteria. So this is a brain-based research framework for understanding behavior. So it integrates multiple levels of analysis to characterize the basic dimensions and function of behavior over the full range of behavior, from normal to abnormal behavior. So this is a way of thinking about behavior in a brain-based framework that moves away from kind of the traditional views of thinking about it in terms of diagnostic categories. So within this RDoC framework, there are domains of function, and within those domains of functions, there are constructs and subconstructs. For each, there are different measures at every level of analysis. So one of the things that we're very interested in doing is improving and applying technologies for measuring behavior. One of the things that's occurred over the last 15 years are great advances in neurotechnologies. Our ability to define brain activity at multiple levels of analysis has improved dramatically, from genes to molecules to circuits all the way up. However, our understanding of behavior is still limited to mostly observational studies and certain metrics that have been around for decades. We need to be able to improve the spatial and temporal resolution of our behavioral sampling to be able to match that with what we're getting from the actual biological measures from the brain. And to do that, we're interested in developing and optimizing tasks and measures for these functional domains of behavior that I described in the context of the RDoC framework. We're interested in digital phenotyping, applying these technologies to get a greater, higher resolution grasp of behavior. Biometrics, mobile health platforms are very important in basically being able to use your mobile phone for diagnostic purposes and treatment purposes. There's this other program I've listed at the end called the Smart and Connected Health Program. This is a joint operation between the National Science Foundation and the NIH that's working on networking, pervasive computing, advanced analytics, sensor integration, all these things to study behavior and cognitive processes. If you think about what's going on life in a spaceship or on a space station, it's basically a ubiquitous computing environment where you have the potential to measure things in real time and react to them in real time. And so these scientific efforts are relevant to our interest in mental health, but they are also relevant to space travel. So I'm just going to touch on a few areas here that the NIMH is interested in terms of stress biology. This is also a big factor in space missions. So our interests overlap in the areas of understanding adaptive and the maladaptive stress spectrum. So who is resilient, who is vulnerable? Consideration of complex system interactions. Stress does not affect just one physiological system, but very likely interacts among systems to result in different cognitive and behavioral effects. We also know that stress affects men and women differently, and these sex differences need to be studied. And biomarkers, we need better and improved biomarkers for understanding and detecting stress at early levels and seeing who is vulnerable and who is resilient. Another area of interest at NIH is social isolation, which is something that occurs in space travel. And there's a trans-NIH group called OPNET, which is the Opportunity Network for Basic Behavior and Social Science Research, and they've recently put out a funding announcement that's looking at social isolation in terms of psychosocial factors. So this is an area of very new interest for the NIH, and we hope it will grow. I'm going to say a few words about the NIH Brain Initiative. This is probably something you've maybe heard about or read about in the newspaper. This is a program that's NIH-wide. Actually, it involves many different agencies that came around in 2013. The idea is to accelerate and develop the application of technologies for neuroscience research and to create a new and dynamic picture of brain function that shows how individual cells and complex neural systems interact in time and space in the service of behavior. This has been a very successful program thus far. There's a lot of rollout of a lot of these new neurotechnologies. There was a recent advisory committee meeting to the Brain Initiative, and they've come up with a new strategic plan, the Brain Initiative 2.2, which is taking some of these neurotechnologies and moving them into understanding brain systems and behavior towards cures. And this is a very exciting time, and some of these technologies and breakthroughs will certainly be relevant to the kinds of challenges that face NASA and spaceflight in the future. So this last slide I'm just going to show you is about finding the right person or project or program at NIH. NIH is a big place, and so so it's often hard to connect with the right person. So the way you can do this is you can contact this NIH space group. The director of that space group is Dr. Lucy Lowe, who's at the National Center for the Advancement of Translational Research, and she can help direct you to the right person within the NIH. Or you can search the NIH Reporter database, which is an online resource that's open to anybody that will give you an idea of what kind of research is currently being funded by any of the NIH institutes and centers. Or if it's a clinical trial you're interested in, you could go to clinicaltrials.gov, or you could just reach out to me and my contact information is there. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Rossi, and thanks for that shout out to my partner in crime on the NIH side of the house. Dr. Lucy Lowe wasn't able to be with us today because she sprained her ankle and is hobbling around in a boot right now. But she and I work very closely together, and she's my point of contact for navigating the network of NIH ICs. Right now, I'd like to reach out to the speakers and see, do any of you have questions for the speakers today?
While folks are getting their thoughts together and their questions, I did want to say thank you very much. Incredibly compelling presentations to give you some insight into where the common needs are, if it hadn't occurred to you. Each one of the presentation contained, I thought, something that was going to elicit a visceral response. The images, the constraints, the critical things that are going on here on Earth that need to be addressed that very much can inform how we do spaceflight, and then the reciprocal, the work that we do with the extremeness of space and the constraints and the harshness can definitely lead to improvements in all the areas I think each one of our speakers laid out. So I love the quote from Elvis Presley in terms of ambition is a dream fueled by a V8 engine. And to me, part of that V8 engine is the passion that you saw expressed by each one of our speakers, and the passion that resides in each one of you that drew you here today, to be here, to overcome whatever else was really important in your life, to take the time to consider what other people have to say and hear it and potentially act on it. And of course, we thank everybody for their service. I come from a military family. I'm particularly sensitive to both the struggles for the warfighter themselves and the family left at home, and how we continue to work to, one, prevent conflict and war. But in the inevitable, when it occurs, we gotta have better resources to address it and continue to address the needs of those people when they come back in the family, because reintegration is incredibly important. So we have to feed them well. It's still a gut check to think, and I think the number was 31 million children under the age of 5 die every year from malnutrition around the world. To see a baby carried by a worker, I presume in an Ebola case, in the field, totally unprotected, just, it breaks your heart, and it should, because it's gonna make you react, and it should make you do. And we're trying to get to the do part. That's why we're here. We can find it at the grassroots level, which means you can find a way to interact, and we're gonna find it at the program level so that we can establish the framework and break down any barriers to working together. And that's our job while we're here together, and our job when we leave here after the next day and a half, to figure out how to carry that momentum forward and use the points of contact, whether they be the NASA point of contact or the agency point of contact. We need people who will take the initiative to actually follow through on the do part. So I see someone at the mic, so let's open it up for some questions.
Hi. Perfect. So I was interested, I mean, a lot of your agencies I know focus a lot on Earth-based issues. I'd love to understand if anyone is ever writing a grant and it's based around a space experiment or technology, how do we best align that with benefits on Earth, and what proportion should be in reference to space, and how do we frame it in a way that we're best using that, I guess, frontier of space and tech developed for space to be able to be beneficial to Earth and align with your priorities as agencies?
I can only speak for CDC, but we have tried to promote fairly regular engagements with NASA in terms of conversations around collaborative areas. And I think that's probably doing that more frequently will stimulate common areas of interest, and then how to develop specific projects to test scenarios or development. And there are a few of those now, but I think more progressive action in the actual engagements, hosting things in Atlanta or some of us coming down here more frequently would go a long way with that.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. I think part of it is getting people in the same room together where they can have in-depth discussions about common interests and seeing where it can lead. I think the federal agencies can do a lot to provide those environments, whether it's workshops or meetings, and maybe particular like focused types of symposia that are maybe piggybacked onto other larger meetings where these people will attend.
Yeah, I would agree completely. And I think, from my perspective at least, I see a lot more of this happening at the administration levels. So they recognize there's a strong desire to get more cooperation and to tailor, I would say, solicitations to encourage more participation. And so there's definitely an interest in doing that, and I think a lot of it right now is working out the details in terms of how to do that, and it's happening is from what I can tell.
I kind of want to second what everybody's kind of already said. I guess it'd be fourthing what everybody has said, just make sure that establishing the relationships. And the big thing is just trying to work through the bureaucratic hurdles and trying to find those common things and the different areas in which to find those common areas of the bureaucracies where you can kind of push through. But the personal relationships are very important. And as far as, space versus, Earth, it's still humans. That's the common thing between both of them. And so, like in the context of a clinical decision support system, if I can teach an 18-year-old how to do something, I could probably teach a 30-year-old with more education how to do something. So there's some, things, and then obviously whenever they get up in space, it's going to be different. Is a robot? How's a robot going to figure out its position in space and stuff like that? So you could take some of the stuff here and then move it up there and see how it relates differently, and then just try to, figure out those problems, how to solve those problems back down here. So hope that helps.
Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah. Hi, and I have a question, and I'm wondering about the relationship between NASA and NIH. Are there any special funding mechanisms that you have created for researchers, or would it be the standard funding mechanisms, R03, R21?
So I'm not aware of any specific funding mechanisms at this time. Of course, NIH, if you were to come in with a like a traditional R01 type mechanism that involved a collaborative effort with somebody else, those things are perfectly acceptable. So that's the easiest path right now. But I think this interaction that between the NIH and NASA that's trying to be facilitated by this space committee, there may be future avenues for funding that are more focused on these common interests between NASA and NIH. Maybe Dr. Cornell can.
Yeah, so thanks, Leah, for that question. And it's an important one because, when you're looking for funding, are you going to the NASA direction? Or are you going to one of the other agencies? And as we're trying to form that bridge, you still feel that divide. So we are in some lengthy conversations about how we can bridge that divide with some of the other agencies, and we are looking at mechanisms where we could do some of these joint solicitation topics. We have to be mindful that all of the agencies have their own missions and goals, and whatever we put forth needs to be mutually beneficial, not just one-sided. So outlining all of those common science goals is going to be very important for anything that we do for that bridge. With that said, we are making a lot of progress in that area, so hopefully in the near future you'll see something along those lines.
All right, thank you.
I'd like to add a little bit to that. So where I think we've made the progress before we get into like the fundamentals of procurement mechanisms, which will always have agency specificity, it's acknowledging that we have common needs, and your proposal that meets a common need will have greater strength of relevance, right? So really play it up from the point of, and if you've been here the past couple of days, I've tried to reiterate, you need to explain the application of your work and why it's relevant to maybe more than one agency's need. Our job, to Lisa's point and the speaker's point, in the calls, in the research announcements, will be the acknowledgement that these topics are multi-agency relevancy. And so then the selection side is you are much more powerful when you're relevant to more than one agency at a time. The funding mechanism, yes, we still got to work things out. They may still be slightly separate. I don't know. You say like special in a certain way. But we are definitely working on making it clearer where those opportunities lie, but definitely made the progress on the agencies getting together and saying, how would we judge the power of this? And it will always be more powerful when you can impact more than one agency's need.
Just one other comment to a lot of the PIs that may be out here in the audience, and possibly even some of the NASA researchers that apply to the solicitation topics. I think this is also sort of a stretch for you, as Jen was talking about, being mindful of the science needs and also strengthening your application by addressing the needs of all of the agencies or multiple agencies, where it could be benefit of terrestrial or space applications. And so this will actually cause you to stretch and expand and find opportunities where you might not have even looked before. So whoever may be working in the food and crop area, they might have been only applying to NASA solicitation topics and not realizing that there was a mapping interest to the USDA. So keep that in mind as you're looking for opportunities for advancing your research. Okay, if there are no more questions, I would like to thank our speakers once again. That was an excellent conversation that we had about how we might be able to work together as a multi-agency environment here. Thank you.
So just want to make you aware, it is time for a break. There's hot water and coffee beverages out there. The next discipline-specific sessions start at 9:30. There will be, of course, a session in here. And our lunchtime speaker back in this room at 12:45, they give you a bit of a gap to get your lunch, is our Chief Health and Medical Officer from NASA headquarters, Dr. J.D. Polk. We've not been able to host him for the past 3 years, and his flight was delayed last night, so I told him to get a rent-a-car. It's only a 4-hour drive from Dallas. So I believe he's in the vicinity, and we're hunting him down now. But we'll look forward to hearing from Dr. Polk's perspective on health and performance and the NASA Human Research Program. So please enjoy your morning and come back and see us at noon.
It's the big game, and you want to swap this seat for one of these seats. So you start searching for...
check, check.
There's a tabletop standing back. I'll bring it.
Somebody took my drink and there it is. That table. Into that table.
Check, check.
Oh, we gotta look at it. It's for Tammy, and they want the options on the back.
That's fine. Okay. Good morning. We're getting ready to start the next session. If we could get folks to start taking their seats, we'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Check, check.
Good morning, everybody. We are going to start in about 5 minutes, and so we have our next panel starting. So if you guys can just get ready for that discussion. Can you pull up our, let's see how much.
We do have 10 minutes for discussion, so we have 10 minutes of work. So if we eliminate this
Okay, good morning, everybody, and thank you for attending our first joint Trish
Check, check. Hey, hey. Check, check. Okay. Would you like to test this out?
No, I'm good.
Oh.
He's got me. Yep. indoctrinate you to the
Well, good afternoon. Welcome back for the start of the afternoon session. I hope if you needed lunch, you already got it. Come in and take your seats. I'm very excited to have our next speaker. We've tried for a couple years now. Between his travel schedule and government funding, we have not been very successful. But this year he made it, and it's really by the skin of his teeth because weather diverted his flight last night, but he can entertain you with how he managed that. He is dressed professionally. I'm not saying he had an adequate number of hours of sleep, but I've seen him actually operate on probably no hours of sleep. So a little bit of background. I started working with Dr. J.D. Polk when he was branch chief, which for some of you that may make sense, it may not, but it's a level within the organization that he oversaw essentially flight medicine, all the flight medicine surgeons. And I was working in various capacities, and I would come over and kind of stick my nose in his business. And I, with some of my colleagues, was able to produce some results that helped him see that the research side actually could provide some relevant information at times for the practice of space medicine. It was like this revelation. And he was like, where did you come from? Who are you? What are you doing here? And could I have more of that? Can you people do more of that for me? And I was like, sure, I think I know other people who can do this for you. And then I spent more of my career in space medicine, so did JD, and he became division chief. So he got more power, took on more roles of responsibility, more leadership, and really started to share his vision with the organization of where he wanted to see space medicine go in the future. And JD took a break from NASA for a little while, did some odd jobs, here and there. He went over to the Department of Homeland Security and was chief medical officer for them. So you can thank him for the pat down at TSA. And you can thank other people for stopping him for more invasive procedures that he might have thought were appropriate at any given time. And then he moved on and became the dean of a medical school, and it was Iowa, correct? Because I kind of lost track of him for a little while. Yeah, he nodded his head. Yes, it was definitely Iowa. So he, you know, traumatically affected Iowa, and then he left, and we needed him back. And we're glad we have him back. So he came back to headquarters. He did not come back to Johnson Space Center, so we're not going to argue that point right now or hold a grudge. And he took on another leadership role as Deputy Chief Health Medical Officer, which oversees both the occupational needs as well as the human spaceflight needs. So you kind of have to think about the scope of that. We have people doing dangerous and hazardous work all over the agency, so there are a variety of different exposures. And since they're doing far-reaching research, it could be exposures that we have no way of understanding what the potential implications are on human health and performance. So he's got his hands full on both sides of his house. So he's come here today to talk to us. I don't know, we don't have his title up. We've asked him a couple times, like, and yeah, I think you heard it this morning, like, well, what keeps you up at night? What gets you up in the morning? What do you have a passion for? What worries you? But kind of how do we intersect with our community? Because that's why we're here, to build the evidence base that really informs how they practice space medicine of the future. No one will know how to do that. These exposures, like we discussed on Monday, are unprecedented. You have to do a lot of work, and we're going to have to use a lot of tools that help us, you know, establish what we think is going to happen to the individuals, and how do we extrapolate to durations that we have no concept of even being able to approximate right now. The other side of it is vehicle design, the actionable nature of things. What do we do with the findings we have? How do they translate into functional requirements and then engineering specifications? So we have to get down to the level of providing research to him and his organization that allows them to design the vehicles of the future to enable people to fly safely, really, and thrive in an environment that is incredibly hazardous and not friendly to human life. So I'm going to welcome Dr. J.D. Polk to the stage, and he's going to illuminate us with his thoughts on research in space medicine.
Jennifer's tried to get me to do this talk for 2 years, but I gave this talk to our team at JSC because, you know, at headquarters, we're trying to balance policy, we're trying to balance the requirements, the standards, we're trying to balance the needs of what the White House and OMB and Congress want, what the administrator wants, what we think needs to be done, and what the operators think need to be done, what the researchers think need to be done, and essentially throw all of that into a pile and try to triage all of that. But this is some of the things that I think are big areas that I worry about and the team worries about. And you know, my team knows that I pontificate on these things a lot. So this is what keeps me up at night. And if you were expecting a large 4D big space slide, this is it. This can be a lot of things. This can be orbit, this can be planets, this can be a lot of different vectors, but yeah, we have a lot of things that we worry about. I worry about commercial crew now doing orbital flights coming up. In the next 2 quarters, we will have the first commercial vehicle taking astronauts from U.S. soil back to the International Space Station. But they are vehicles that, although we have technical oversight for, that we did not build ourselves. And that's a big change for us. And for a big behemoth bureaucratic government agency, one of the biggest changes has been to let go and to allow them to innovate, allow them to do their processes, to attack things in a different way, to have rocket bodies that land by themselves on a ship, to do things that we hadn't thought about or would have done ourselves. But with that comes more risk, because we don't have the level of oversight that we did when we were actually building the hardware and turning the wrench. And so the challenge for us at headquarters has been, where is that line between innovation and recklessness? And we want them to be innovative. We want them to be invigorated and expedited and think about new and interesting ways to achieve spaceflight. We have learned a ton from our commercial providers and their ideas. They have learned a ton from us on systems engineering and process and safety. It's been a great exchange, but where is that line? And that's one of the things that we talk about a lot in technical authority and the oversight is where can we allow them to be innovative but not cross the line for recklessness? And that line sometimes is very far apart, and sometimes that line is very narrow. And knowing where that line is has been one of the biggest struggles we've had for technical authority, to know where can we give them license and to let them run and to do new things, but not hold them back, but at the same time not cross a threshold that we worry about. The ISS, also from an orbital standpoint, the ISS, from my standpoint and chair, has been one of the greatest platforms that we've ever had in spaceflight. Although people talk about planetary excursions and the moon and et cetera with such zeal, we have learned more about spaceflight physiology in the last 20 years on the ISS than at any other time in history. We didn't know that SANS or the eye issues or intracranial pressure or whatever acronym you want to call it this week was an issue until we got to long-duration spaceflight. We didn't know the level of bone loss until we got to long-duration spaceflight. We didn't know the level of sensory motor change and loss and the adaptation and how long that adaptation would take until we got to long-duration spaceflight. There are a lot of lessons that we've learned from ISS that will translate directly into exploration and translate into that transit going to other distant worlds like Mars. And so I think that particular area is that platform I think history will treat very, very well because of all the lessons learned from ISS. We're just now starting to get to the peak and the hallmark of learning lessons outside of NASA, having pharmaceutical companies, other folks, people doing research on Parkinson's, people doing research on drugs like Keytruda and others, and looking at the different ways in manufacturing and the crystals and et cetera. We're just now starting to get to a real good tipping point on that, to where I think ISS will be a really great platform historically, learning about microgravity and science and physiology. I do worry a little bit that as we transition to planetary, moving towards the moon, that we don't lose some of those lessons, right? I mean, we didn't see SANS or the eye changes till usually about month 3. Well, if I'm going to the moon for 30 days, I may not see that. And so I'm a little worried people will take their foot off the gas pedal and think that that's no longer important, when it is important if we're going to continue and get on to Mars. This is the other thing that keeps me awake at night, which is the funding for all of those things and tech authority. When the tech authorities were all put together initially, engineering and safety were funded and health and medical was an afterthought, and we didn't get any funding. And we've been working diligently over the last 3 years to acquire the funding and the assets and the people to get them embedded. And the reason that's important, if we don't hear about a seat or a seat angle or a suit pressure or something else for a vendor until after it's already built and metal is already bent and they've already designed systems around it, then if they did it wrong or if they didn't take into consideration the physiology or the standards or the requirements that we've put forward, to go back and fix that costs a lot of time and money. And we've been to that picture show before. We've been to that picture show many times to where we get into the 11th hour and then the contractor or the program says, oh man, that's going to cost tens of millions of dollars to go back and fix that suit or that seat or that X. How about if we just waive that requirement or standard? And then it buys more risk to the human. So the more I put somebody in the front and embed them with the folks that are building that vehicle in the very get-go, the more likely that that vehicle is going to be built correctly to the right standards and requirements in the very beginning. And that saves the program, i.e. your tax dollars, money, and time, but also decreases our human system risk. Most of you hopefully recognize a hydrogen atom. I know Mark does. I worry about radiation. We worry about radiation, obviously, for deep space. We've been in the comfort of low Earth orbit, but we're about to embark into an atmosphere that has a little greater risk, especially with the cosmic galactic radiation. We worry about whether or not we've got the right standard. The standard that we had for radiation was developed when we were doing short duration spaceflight and limited ISS missions. And now we are here with 20 years of spaceflight history on ISS. A lot has happened in the world for cancer research and cancer treatment. There is a lot that has happened to actually get to know radiation and its impacts. So we're going to go off and relook at that standard to see if our standard is set correctly and look at the evidence base and to see if we need to readjust that standard, mostly based on the evidence, like you would for anything after you've accumulated 15 or 20 years of new knowledge. We'd like to look at, as we go further into space, what are some things that we can do to limit the radiation impact to the astronauts, rather than repair them and surveil them later and worry about the cancer. Can I avoid the radiation risk? But things like active radiation shielding are huge mass and power and volume. But when you think about it, the computer was huge mass and power and volume 50 years ago. Ultrasound, when we started off at ISS, was an entire rack, then became a briefcase, and now plugs into your iPhone. So what is impossible today may not be impossible tomorrow as the science continues to catch up. So we worry about those things, and that's one of the things that we worry about. Obviously, radiation is a long pole in the tent for exploration missions. The twin study gave us a lot of insight into genomics and epigenetics, but it also gave us insight for policy. Right now, we are constrained by GINA to use genetics, especially for hiring or mission selection, et cetera. But can we use epigenetics and genomics for preventive medicine, precision medicine? Can I keep the astronaut healthy? Can I find out where their risk is and address that risk and eliminate it before the mission? Those are areas that we're looking at now. There are things on the genome that we worry about that don't have anything to do with the human per se. An example might be planetary protection. A lot of folks are worried about finding a long dormant bacteria or spore on Mars and bringing that back. I'm more worried about the fact that you're taking a human being that has 1,200 bacteria and viruses in them, sending them through a large radiation environment which impacts the genome of that bacteria, having them stay on Mars for a time, send them back through that radiation environment that impacts the genome to that bacteria, and then bring them back to Earth. Is that astronaut with MRSA that is now expressing differently? Remember, Scott had genes that expressed differently. Is that something that we have an antibody to? Those are the risks that we think about that might be downstream on radiation and epigenomics and epigenetics. You can't have this talk with what keeps me up at night without talking about SANS or VIP or whatever acronym we want to call it. One of my biggest worries is that we view this solely as a vision problem. As an ER doc, I don't view anything as solely anything. The body's interrelated. You have to look at it holistically. And I worry about whether or not this has CSF implications. I worry about the intracranial pressure. I worry about whether the thrombosis is part of that bigger picture. On the ground, idiopathic intracranial hypertension, it is not uncommon to have thrombosis, the most common being in the transvenous sinus. I don't want us to get comfortable looking at an ultrasound of the carotids and the IJ and think there's no clot. Great, you're looking at 20% of the venous capacitance of the brain. What's an MRV look like? What's the rest of it look like? Are we missing something? Or do we get too comfortable thinking that this is, it's just a couple diopters of vision, we're good? Anytime that I've heard we're good and we've gotten comfortable, we've gotten snake bit. So I have more than a huge degree of skepticism as to what is this entity and do we know all there is to know about it. So I'm still worried about this. First time I get an astronaut that has a clot that doesn't stay where it's supposed to and it goes to the lungs. As an ER doc, I've treated many pulmonary emboli. 50% of those didn't come out the way I wanted them to. I don't want that to happen on a space mission. That keeps me awake at night. I worry about the long-term implications. By the way, that's my version of a neuron, in case you wanted to know. It's not an alien, Jennifer. When you have edema in the brain, even a small, tiny, minuscule amount of edema, enough to translocate the brain or the optic nerve, et cetera, neurons themselves don't take well to being swollen. And when you have a little bit of edema, it's hard for them to get rid of the waste products. You have waste products that occur due to cell metabolism in the cell. And just like your basement filling up with water, it's hard when your sump pump's not keeping up, you get things that accumulate. I don't know what that means long term. If I get waste products that are accumulating, especially proteins in a cell, can I say with a straight face to Congress or to the astronauts right now that they are not at risk for things like Alzheimer's or other cognitive issues that might occur due to accumulation of waste products in neural cells? I don't know enough about that entity yet to say definitively no. That's why I think the LSAH program is so important. I think it's important for the TREAT Act that we continue to treat the astronauts for things that we may have associated them or given them a risk to. I think it's important that we continue to surveil them for their entire lifetime, not only for our fidelity relationship of treating someone that we expose to a hazard, but also for the next generation, for the commercial folks, for the Space Force, for anybody else who's going to venture into space. The more we learn about these risks, the more we need to share them and their outcome. I worry about, as we work on the next generation of the EVA suit and the EMU, I worry about our standards and our requirements. We are doing the biggest push that we've ever done in history to revamp our standards and requirements and make them as evidence-based as possible. And that means asking very difficult questions. And that means pulling on things that were sacrosanct before. And we want to make sure that we get those requirements and standards right, because we're only going to get one chance at the moon this go-around. And that will beget whether or not we get to go to Mars if we do this successfully. This is the first time that we're actually going to have the commercial vendors build the landers. Think about that. The riskiest thing that we are going to do is land someone on another planet. It is the riskiest thing that we did in Apollo. Lots of people holding their breath when Neil had control of the vehicle in the last 22 seconds. It is the riskiest thing we are going to do. And the commercial vendors are going to build those vehicles for us. So anybody that says NASA is risk averse is not paying attention. We are allowing folks to take on and do things that we would never allow out of our purview. And we are taking more risk, but we are also trying to push the bounds of innovation by doing that. We're going to head to the poles of the moon. We looked at a graphic yesterday. I was in a meeting with OMB from the White House and Scott Pace and others as we looked at the targets where we're going to land. This is an audacious program. And to allow not just make this unilaterally U.S., but to make this both a commercial program and to have the international community with us as well, it's a huge change in how we've done business in the past. It's a huge change in how we did Apollo. But you want to make sure you've got the right set of requirements and standards. You want to make sure that you've learned the lessons of the past. Have we mined all the mishaps? Have we mined all the medical debriefs? One of the things that Dave Francisco and his folks have done is we've got a massive database and all the documents with all the different Apollo missions, with all of their medical debriefs. And in fact, Terry Taddeo and I literally had to go dumpster diving in the file room in the safe in Building 37 when I was the chief of space medicine to go collect those documents and have them turned into a PDF so that they could be searchable. And many of those documents had not been touched since they were typewritten and put at the end of the mission into the safe. And so going through and mining those to make sure that we don't recreate, if 4 out of 5 astronauts said don't do this, but nobody read it, that's a shame. And so one of the things that keeps me up at night is to make sure that we don't lose our lessons from history, and that we mine those, and that we figure out what are the lessons learned from Apollo and from our previous missions. The medical care, what medical care are we going to do? What medical care are we going to take? Eric Antonsen and his group have been working on a lot of that with the Human System Risk Board. EXMC has been working on a lot of that as well. Trying to make sure, you got to remember, we got to lock down what medical care we're going to do and take pretty soon. When you start to lock down the requirements and standards for a vehicle, because you don't want it constantly changing, even though medicine's constantly changing, you got to lock down the vehicle so you don't increase cost and price and schedule. That's why people always wondered why we flew with Windows 5 in the space shuttle instead of Windows 10 or whatever. It's because you had to lock it down at a certain time. We're going to have to do the same thing. And we're looking at different strategies, especially for Moon to Mars. I can't take every medication with me. I'm not going to have the volume that I would like to have for such a long and arduous mission. But could we 3D print the medication? Can I take the building constituents, much like you have flour and sugar and eggs in your house, and they can either be pancakes or bread or cake. Can we do the same thing? Can we take the basic ingredients but turn them into erythromycin or tetracycline or something else that's needed? Those are some of the things that we're looking at and seeing, where can we partner with DOD? Where can we partner with DHS? Where can we partner with other folks so we're not solely spending that money? We met with all of our partners from DOD and DHS and HHS not long ago looking at plasma volume replacements and new versions of IV fluids and other things. So, the things that are working there in the spec ops community and the things that we are looking at for planetary medicine are not that far apart. So collaborating with those folks, I think, is really important. So those are the things that we're worried about to get to the moon. But also, the moon is not only a destination, but the moon is a proving ground. We specifically have mission objectives that we are trying to define to make sure that whatever works on the moon will then help us for Mars. And from a physiologic standpoint, that's very helpful because typically something that's going to work in 1/6 G should work in 1/3 G. If I can, if the 1/6 G of the moon prevents the SANS and VIP, great. Then I'm not going to have to worry about that on Mars, which has just a little bit more gravity. Or will I have to worry about it on the moon or Mars? Bone. Does bone loss stop, or does the curve just slower than it is in 1G? We don't know. We think we know, but we don't have the data yet. A lot of those things is gathering the data, the proof and the concepts on the moon to make sure that we can then expedite and make a successful Mars mission. And that's what we're trying to shoot for. The occupational health things worry me. The TREAT Act, which it's taken a lot of work to get that done and to get the rules written for that. And the TREAT Act, for those of you who don't know, is the Treat Astronauts Act. That is to make sure that we can treat the astronauts for any ailment that they received or exposed or were associated with anything from human spaceflight. And we did not have that. Once somebody left civil service, they'd have to file something through workers' comp. And most of you who know anything about the Department of Labor and workers' comp, there are time limits. Well, if you don't file within 10 years or if you don't file within 15 years for this, well, some of these might show up 30 years later, a cancer from radiation, et cetera. So we felt it was important from a fidelity standpoint to cover the astronauts, to make sure that those folks that took the risk on behalf of our country were covered and weren't left out in the wind for something that might be from an exposure. We've gotten that through, but we're not done yet. We've got the legislation that allows NASA to pay for something that is spaceflight related. But if you're an astronaut, do you want to fill out 7 pieces of paperwork, wait 3 months for the Department of Labor to tell you that you can go see that doctor or go get that appointment, have to turn in all those bills, take something to a board, have it approved, et cetera? Or would you rather just put a plastic card that has a nice little astronaut on it right next to your Blue Cross Blue Shield card? Eventually, that's what we'd like to migrate to, is an insurance plan. Secondary insurance that covers the things that are related to human spaceflight. I don't want the astronaut who worked hard to go and do that mission on the moon to then be mired in paperwork for 8 months trying to get something simple covered. Ideally, we'd like to make that an insurance program and see where we can, whether that's TRICARE, whether that's Blue Cross, whether that's XYZ vendor, we can debate that. We would put that out. But that's eventually where we'd like to get to. Two things are important. One, to cover the astronaut from an ethics standpoint for things that we expose them to, but secondarily, to get that data. The data is as much important as covering the astronaut. The reason being is we need to know what was caused by human spaceflight because we need to inform the commercial sector as well. The FAA is going to be certifying those folks in commercial, not us. We are not a certifying body. But we need to gather that evidence to help inform them and inform folks like Space Force and others that might be venturing into the universe. This one, by the way, that's my attempt at a bird. Black swans worry me. For those of you who don't know what a black swan event is, a black swan event is where there's a catastrophe, but in retrospect, it wasn't such a surprise when you look at all the data. And if you've read that book by Nassim Taleb, the example he uses is the turkey. For 364 days, the farmer came outside from the house and fed the turkey, and the turkey was so glad to see the farmer. Until the day before Thanksgiving. Then the turkey had a black swan event. In retrospect, the turkey should have seen this coming. But that's kind of what the black swan event is. Did we have one? Sure. You think about Columbia. We had shedding of the foam. And I remember I was there at the FRR. I was there at the flight readiness review for Columbia when the engineer was going through the slides and they were showing the foam shedding from the bump tank, and he said, but it's in family. It's in family. That means it's not within spec, it's not doing what we expect it to do, but nothing bad has happened so far. It's in family. Whenever I hear that term used now, my radar is up 100%. I cringe when I hear those words used at a flight readiness review or in a meeting. Death is in family. I've seen it many times. We've seen it in human spaceflight. That does not mean that it is the preferred outcome. Black swan events I worry about. We worry about an accident with the commercial folks. We worry about the accident with Orion. We worry about all of those things to make sure. And we try to strategize. Are we thinking far forward to prevent that black swan event from occurring? Do we have enough data to make that decision? Are we comfortable enough with those parachutes? Are we comfortable enough with that valve? Are we comfortable enough with the clinical signs that we're seeing? I don't like the words in family. And so those things really keep me up at night whenever I hear that in a presentation. This is the thing that keeps me up at night the most, which is the unknown unknown. It's the things that I didn't anticipate, the things that I didn't plan for, the things that I didn't work in the standards and the requirements that I worry about. Because I don't know what those things are. And historically in human spaceflight, when you've looked at mishaps that we've had, it's been the unknown unknown. Because we've worked something like a valve or a parachute to ground. We took it through 9 boards. We did 100 trials on something. We did tests and Monte Carlo analysis. It's the stuff that we didn't think about that ends up in a tragic event. And those things are what bother me a lot. And so I often, if you've, one of the worst things for me, if you've ever gotten to know me for very long, if there's a marker and a piece of glass within a 1 mile surrounding of me, I will mark it up. It's my personal whiteboard, the glass outside my office, and I've been known to write on the windows at headquarters. I've been chastised for writing across the entire 3rd floor one time. But I very often will sit there and start to pontificate to try to figure out all the different aspects that we may have missed. What's the suit pressure? What's the risk for bends? What's the risk for this? What's the step-down pressure from the vehicle to the suit? Did we think about that? Did we think about all those times? Constantly going over to figure out, is there something that we have not covered? I drive my folks crazy with that. But that's what I worry about a great deal of. And that's what keeps me up at night. Now, if you were hoping for a nugget of what research I really want you to go do, I'm not going to give you that. You can see where my top risks are, what the things are that I worry about. There are multiple different ways to reduce that risk. There are multiple different research things that you can do to help with those different platforms. I'm not going to micromanage those. But those are the things that worry me. As an ER doc, I have made that very lonely walk to the waiting room for the family many, many times. Sometimes it's good news, sometimes it's bad news. I've known the astronauts for Columbia personally. I know the astronauts now that we're about to load on the vehicles for Commercial and Orion. I don't want to make that walk. Those are the things that keep me up at night. But it's not just death and destruction from a vehicle blowing up. I also don't want an astronaut losing their vision or having Alzheimer's or having something else that might impact their quality of life. And if I can prevent that, I'll do everything I can. So with that, we'll take a few questions. I'm hoping that I keep you all on time, and because I know they have to rearrange this room for the next speakers. I apologize, my voice is getting a little hoarse only because of, I think I've had 3 hours of sleep thanks to my karma with airplanes. But if folks have any questions, happy to take them. Oh, come on. You can't be that quiet of a group. Dave, your folks have to have a question. Somebody's got a question.
I have a question. I have a question over here. Can you hear me?
Okay. Where you at?
Over here.
Right.
I love the title of your talk, What Keeps You Up at Night. And I love your point. Can you hear me?
A little bit. You got a little bit of an echo.
So I love your title with What Keeps You Up at Night. And then when you said that, what really bothers you were things that we think we know, and then you get bit 50% of the time because, and it just struck me that I think at NASA, we think, for example, that we've solved the problem of sleep. We know how to make sure the astronauts get good sleep and don't stay up at night. But in the last 20 years, we've learned a lot more about how the loss of sleep or circadian disorganization affects the health, short-term and long-term. And I'm just a little bit worried that NASA has fallen to, well, we've solved that problem, now let's move on to the other things. So I really appreciate your thoughts. The way you put it, things that we think we know we've solved, we probably have to come back to every now and then to say, hey, with new things we've learned about genomics or epigenetics or waste removal in the brain when you're sleeping, talking about your protein accumulation in the nerve cells. There's a lot of things that we probably have to go back and take a look at.
You're right. And unfortunately, when we start programs in development, what's the first thing they do? They go back and look at the last program and the requirements and standards for the last program. Well, science and medicine and everything has leaped forward by 20, 25 years in between that. They say the half-life of medicine is 5 years. That means every 5 years, 50% of what we know is obsolete because there's been new findings and development. That's why we have CME, and that's why we have all these things that we have to do as clinicians. But I would tell you that I think the half-life of medicine has been shortened due to technology. The half-life of technology is 2.5 years. By the time your iPhone 10 comes out, the iPhone 12 is being built. I think the half-life of medicine is shortened, and I think we need to constantly update what we know and not be comfortable. I'm disheartened somewhat that, 60 years ago, or 52 years ago, the Apollo guys were, defecating in a bag. I don't think that should be our plan now. you'd like to think that we somehow leaped forward a little bit. My gosh, we've got really fancy ones in campers and things now. Can we really, do I really need to have adhesive on a Glad bag and call it good? What you find, and what I think we'll find, is that there's a tipping point with commercial that'll occur. And this will occur with standards, this will occur with other things. So bear with me for a second. When the Wright brothers first flew in a plane, it was two guys laying on the wing of a plane holding on to the wood strats. And eventually that progressed to one guy on the plane with a leather belt. And then eventually it got a little bit better, and then that was one guy with a helmet and goggles and a little cockpit around him and a leather belt. And then it got a little bit better, and then it got a little bit better. But then when it tipped into the commercial sector, what I call a kinetic leap, where suddenly we want not just the military guys to fly, but we want everybody to fly. Planes started to get comfortable. Safety started to get more important. Things got added. Suddenly now you got nice seats and a nice seat belt and someone serving you a drink and feeding you food on an airplane. And you're watching Netflix. That will come with spaceflight too at some point. And you think about it, in the beginning the standards were strict. Oh, you know, this plane could crash. You got to be really fit. And then as it moved to the commercial side, well, actually no, we can actually fly folks in the back of the plane who are not that fit. And then now it's, well, we can fly the handicapped, and we can fly other folks and make reasonable accommodations for those folks. Will that happen in spaceflight? Yes. I think it'll take years for that to occur, for that kinetic leap to occur, but the only way that that occurs is when the commercial sector is involved. And so I think you'll see that occur as well, to where they start to revisit those standards and those assumptions that the government makes and other folks make when they look at a program.
Thank you very much for thank you very much for a great talk. So my question is, all this wealth of knowledge and information and expertise that we're gaining now, how are we going to deliver that to astronauts in a long mission? This is about the autonomous diagnostics and autonomous treatment. So if we have to lock down at some point, we have to give them these tools while they are at some point out of the connection with us, right? With Earth, because here we have thousands, maybe more people supporting the flights to ISS, but how are we going to incorporate that before we let them fly?
That's a multi-part question or statement, but you're right. First, the government has to be transparent. For the last 50 years, we've had our standards, at least on the medical side, behind the curtain. I just recently put out the memo that declared our standards for selection no longer sensitive but unclassified, but open. Because I want the FAA and I want the commercial and I want all the folks and the international partners to learn what our standards are. We used to have those behind the curtain because we didn't want people to scam the system. But technology is sophisticated enough now. If you're on Lipitor, I'll know it. They can't really defeat that. The training is another aspect to that question that you're talking about on autonomy. Right now, when we take a physician who's an astronaut and we praise, we brought this astronaut who's a doctor in and she or he is this and that, but then they spend all this time not being a doctor, learning the ISS systems and engineering and the processes and being Capcom, et cetera. They lose their skills as a physician. We need to flip that. Instead of having an astronaut physician, I need a physician astronaut. And I need to make sure that when they are autonomous, that the last time that person intubated somebody or did an IV or practiced medicine wasn't 12 years ago before they got into the astronaut corps. So we need to flip and change our thought processes in the government in order to enable those things and make them happen. But we're working on that and taking some of those steps to make sure that our documents are no longer behind the curtain, that we're getting the lessons learned at. I think the thrombosis in the IJ is a good example. 20 years ago, we would have never published that. We didn't want anybody to know. We'd be afraid of folks trying to have oversight. We'd be afraid of a lot of what the implications were. We'd be afraid of privacy, secrecy, whatever. We'd use whatever excuse we needed to, but we kept that behind the veil. Now we're putting it out there very quickly to make sure that folks know this is a threat. This is something we need to pay attention to. This is something you need to be aware of. So I think that's how we get the tipping point initially, to get into that autonomy.
Thank you, Dr. Polk, for that great talk. Sounds like one of your strategies to not waking up at night is just not going to sleep, but that probably doesn't have a long plan for you. I want to just ask you a question. You have so many decisions to make in order to be ready for 2024 and beyond. How can we, on the research side of things, accelerate research and getting information to you while not giving up scientific rigor, but accelerating the processes with which we do evaluation and validation? Because it seems like there are quite a few bottlenecks in that, and how can we increase throughput for that for you?
Much like in real estate, it's location, location, location. I think with this, it's calm, calm, calm. The more communication we have, the better. I'm sure, as you and I have talked about things, you've probably gotten a nugget to realize, I did not realize that was important to the ops folks, or I didn't realize that this was in the critical path. I think continually having that conversation, whether it's at this conference or whether it's between the different partners, Trish, HRP, as we continue to put out solicitations, continue to have communications about that risk and what our needs are, that'll be important. That's probably the best thing that we can do is to keep communicating on those. We did our first course for the Chief Medical Officer's office last year. It's the first time ever that we've done that. We probably need to do a better job in my office of communicating where we're going with this risk and if you look at our whiteboard, we're trying to make sure we get to the end objective of 2024 and the lander, but try to get there as expeditiously but safely as possible. And sometimes those seem like they are dichotomous or that they are not in line with each other. But that means tailoring the requirements. That's a big change, by the way. The programs now are asking the tech authorities to tailor the requirements before they get to the program. Before in ISS, we got all of our standards and requirements and we threw them over the fence to Mr. Suffredini. And we let Mr. Suffredini decide, I don't like that requirement. What? Hyperbaric chamber, oh my gosh, what are you guys doing? You're crazy. Oh, nope, let's waive that one. Nope, let's get rid of that one. And he was always the bad guy. Oh, that darn Suff, he got rid of your pet project. He got rid of your requirement, or your standard. Well, now we're the evil empire. The tech authority itself is having to tailor the requirements to get us in a tailored requirement set down for the program so that we can keep the train moving as quickly as possible, because the calendar is also important on this mission. Now, is that artificial? Is that political based on the needs of the White House or other folks? We can argue that at some other time. But the point is, if you've been in the Beltway, the mission is thou shalt land on the moon by 2024 and start to get things in line for Mars. So we are saluting smartly and executing that mission. But that means we need to probably communicate more. And that also means that we need to communicate on the evidence base. And it might be that you need to educate us why that, your requirement or your standard is extremely important. We need to have those discussions more often. I think we got time for one more, Jennifer, and then. Oh my gosh.
Best for last. JD, I think we all sleep better knowing that you don't sleep so well, so thanks very much for the sacrifice, except for that part about being probably in airports too much.
John, you know me long enough, I never slept well anytime as an ER doc.
Talking about requirements, selection criteria, you just mentioned the standards for selection a minute ago. Astronauts used to have to have 20/20 vision, and then you went to spectacles, and you mentioned Lipitor, and I think we all know about Deeks Layton's atrial fibrillation and how that's not such a big deal anymore. When do you see, or what would it take to convince you to fly people that are otherwise highly qualified but might be lower limb amputees. And I'm thinking of like somebody like Frank Ellis back in '62, who was put forward by the Navy sort of as a test case. But people that may not be intact in the traditional sense, but might be good career astronauts or good payload specialists or good commercial astronauts, if that's even in your purview.
John, are you planning to fly?
I'm looking for a waiver on the height requirement, yes.
I had to ask.
Yeah.
That's a great question, and I'll tell you, I think we're already here, and I'll tell you why. One of the things that's been going on behind the curtain is and you probably just saw it in the news, that we just down-selected and are going to put a commercial module on the side of the ISS. And Kirk Shireman asked me about 9 months ago, he said, do we have to hold them to our same medical standards? Can we start, I mean, this is a commercial module. This is not, you know, the NASA astronauts. Can we change the medical standards? Now, of course, you know, your first gut reaction is, those medical standards have been worked on and they're there for a reason, by God. You know, they need to follow our medical standards. But then as I looked at it, I tried to figure out, all right, let's say eventually we're going to turn the ISS over to commercial in the future. Who's in charge of that? Well, the FAA is. The FAA would certify, and by the way, the FAA would certify pilots of a spacecraft, but not the people in back. There would be no regulations for the people in back. It'd be the Wild West. So there's a difference between why NASA does requirements and standards and why the FAA does requirements and standards. NASA does requirements and standards for two reasons. One, for the health of the astronaut. Two, for the safety and health of the program, to make sure there's no mission impact. And three, for the protection of the agency, to make sure that we don't do something that would endanger the agency's mission of putting people in space. I would add a fourth one there now because of the TREAT Act and because of the responsibility to take care of the astronauts till they die, which we did not have before, but which we do now, that we have a fidelity relationship, number 4, of making sure that there is no untoward sequela in the health of the astronaut through their lifetime. The FAA is not concerned with any of those things. That's not their charge as a certifying body. The FAA's certification, the FAA is not concerned about the preventive medicine of a pilot. They don't follow the preventive medicine of a pilot. They do not follow the longitudinal surveillance of a pilot. They're worried about the pilot's health when the pilot flies at that time for public safety. They do not want the pilot to crash the aircraft with the people in back. They do not want the pilot to crash the aircraft into a school. Their charge as a certifying body is for public safety. They do not have a fidelity relationship that we do for the astronauts. So I had to draw a line between those two. Sorry, it's a long-winded explanation, John, but I had to draw a line between those two, and we have come up with what we call the private astronaut standards, which are different than ours, and is a midpoint between ours and the FAA's. We've worked with the federal air surgeon from the FAA on these, and gone over these with him as well, and gone over with Mr. Bridenstine, all of these standards. These will be much more liberal than our current standards, because somebody flying who is not a NASA astronaut on that commercial module does not have some of those obligations that we have on the fidelity side, et cetera. The company might, the people that are insuring the company might. Lloyd's of London, if they're going to insure that module or insure that astronaut who's a commercial astronaut, they might be interested in what our standards are. But the fidelity and other relationship that we have has changed. And so they'll get more liberal, and I think that will cause a couple of things. We'll get lessons learned from that. We'll either see, were we too restrictive in ours, or we'll see areas where maybe the FAA would say, maybe I need to add this one. And I think it will help inform us by taking more risk. But like we talked about before, where aircraft go, I think eventually that'll move the determinator to where more and more folks are flying, to where it's not just a special person that gets to fly, but space becomes something for everyone. And we're on that line, but we're taking the first step to get us further down that line. Is that a good explanation
Yes,
for that?
Thanks very much. Thank you.
And with that, Jen's got the hook.
Well, thank you, Dr. Paul.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Yeah, always enlightening.
I'll give this.
Attention. All afternoon sessions have been moved to the yacht room. And if you could clear the room for the afternoon, we'd appreciate it. Thank you so much. Attention, attention. If we could have everyone exit the room, please, while we turn the room. Can we have everyone exit the room? Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I could please have everybody clear the room immediately so the banquets can reset for tonight's events. Thank you very much.